Good evening, Club Cult. Welcome to Stream the Dreams Project. I don't have much of a voice. I don't have much of a voice at all. Oh my god. That's unpleasant. It's very unpleasant. But what's not unpleasant is all of your support for Mr. Voya Bean's care costs. And thank you all so much. Thank you. You pull us out of purgatory. Welcome, Miss Max. I hope Sunday Funday has been kind to you. I'm doing some recapping and pending tired girl hours, maybe even some watching tonight.
A nice test here for Falcons.
Unless they changed time, which I don't think so. I doubt it.
Bolstered by Kerrigan right behind him. And then Luchov, a little labored to get that one as Tesses gets active in through the lobby. Flank and DGT's lower control is pretty much
still at 3, but I read that completely wrong.
To work with, but a 1 minute.
I put matches in my calendar so that.
But all 3 players remaining here for Falcons layered for this chase. If you step forward, DGT, you should be.
I remember what's what, and I don't know where I went with that one. Monty, not 9Z. 9Z was today. We lost. They lost.
Of just the sheer amount of time it's going to take to get all the way back to trophy.
Montel.
Unsilenced USP.
I'm out of Mon words. Monacy.
He is on his last mag right now. 12 bullets, 0 surplus.
So the checkmate position, I mean, how do you
It's ZMILF day. Yada day. It's ZMILF day.
He made the right
Work
play.
on the tank it blanket a little bit.
Really nice try. Broke you for like 7 years.
And we're doing all puppy stuff tonight. Pippi needs a half a bath, like a half a cup of tea. She needs a half a bath. And depending on their level of excitement at the process, we're going to try to de-shed Ringo and Diesel. My thoughts on doing it outdoors is the mower gets caught up when there's just like mulch of grass. Like dead grass from the last cutting, so I wonder if it would get caught up with dog hair. So as much as I don't want to do inside, I'm going to do inside. And I need to vacuum the dog room anyway. It looks like I've already tried to de-shed Ringo in there. He's so fluffy.
Gonna make a difference this
he's
game.
So fluffy, and he's so big that it's big fluffy.
Very sudden, I would say, with that move from 9Z flooding into the.
And we're going to organize my grooming tools and take stock of what needs to be repaired and replaced too.
People always say nut those stuff when they move to new teams though right away. Yes, like
all the stuff and things. I'm placing Skyways.
Too quickly. Get into that in a second. The CTs are coming for this. There could definitely be more casualties. It'll be them defending. Remember when Device went to Nip?
I do.
And he was like, yeah, we got pretty lucky with some of the
all of the pupper dupper tings
that happened during the Astralis era.
Try to de-shed Ty a little bit, but he really doesn't shed. I don't know, which is weird because he has white hair, and usually white hair sheds the most.
Still remains
Did I stop myself at my stop point? No, that's where the bobby pin is.
But starts to run away.
I found her.
They have definitely gotten down beneath. Kyosuke's about to spawn it.
Found her.
Wasso dead. Second player's gonna catch him off guard. And now you'd think that would turn Monacy around, but Monacy's able to help Kerrigan downstairs before turning back, and a bit of disjointed.
Now we're contrast colors tonight.
Pieces allows for Monacy to help lower and also still hold off the flank. Rock solid rebuttal out of Falcons in round 4.
It's cooking over here in Cali. Might have to finagle laptop in the bath. What does that mean? It's cooking. It's hot out.
Where everyone was, kept having to turn around and finding new CTs.
Gonna take an ice bath.
Supplanting the next position. The binder's just too floppy.
Dang, I'm jealous. We had a beautiful day here today. It was like high 70s. It was gorgeous out.
That's dignified.
Fast moves. Gonna try to challenge that A side again. Tesses is the guy.
Baths feel good. I love baths. I don't take enough baths, but I love baths.
20 health. We do still get Max outside of Squeaky. Now he's tagged. and the cleanups made all the easier.
Just never justify the time for it. Like, oh, I have 23 minutes. I could do that. And it's like, am I really going to fill up the tub for 20 minutes? And I could do this instead. And then I psych myself out from it.
Where it goes so well that you just don't even get kills off the back of it.
What are thermalgenics? I don't know what that is. Is that like athletic wear?
Oh, now you're just dead here. 4 up for Falcons. Very successful round. And it's nice when this early on, 2 upper pops come your way. You clean house on 1.
Looking to separate themselves from the pack.
I lost my stitch. Come back.
Playing a dangerous game, Wasso.
This is gonna turn out so nice, but I don't think I ever want to work with this yarn again.
Without a death so far here on
My niece learned how to hand crochet, like, not like cat's cradle, but like actually crocheting with just your fingers, not of this. And I wonder if she still remembers how to do that. I feel like that would be much more friendly for this thick of yarn. Thick yarn, thick hair, thick head today.
Nice change up from Kerrigan.
Blurp, blurp,
Not clean
blurp,
enough
blurp.
to double down on it. But Max has dropped to 42 HP, Luchov 48 HP. This is not ideal for the players lower. They're hoping maybe DGT can do something.
They're
before
fat
they have to make a
burners.
commitment. They've got the time
Oh, I don't know
to
how
take
any
their
of that
time for
works.
Looks like Tessa.
Wait, was that your mail order stuff?
Goes back to opposite event, hasn't really left the site. Even though
My
there's
secret
4 up,
stuff
they
got
haven't made a
here.
Real big risk here.
I was
They're
so
watching
confused by
outside,
that.
So, depending on how much time gets bought, Nico gets up into heaven. There will be no Molly.
Little Monsters Inc.
Wait,
silly
actually,
hat.
Max
Aww.
has one, but he's in the vent. That's not happening.
When Tank lays in it, we can call him silly. It
The
is
longer
kind
this
of
goes,
silly
the more
colored.
suspicious they're gonna be at supper, I feel like. Oh, I made it. Once. Oh,
Still wins it.
that's huge.
Round is suddenly alive. Trying to get ahead of this. Kyosuke. Yeah, we caught by it. I thought maybe with a knife out, but even then, DGT extends just that little bit further, and that is going to be Falcons.
It all makes sense now.
With this flash instead, but
Just don't cook your organs.
It's gonna burn a little bit, goes wide, player down beneath his line, and it's a clean
If you get in the
transition
bath,
for
make
Nico,
sure you're
who
not
does have a kid
boiled
to
chicken.
defuse this. Monacy now up in the heavens has this covered. DGT called forth, but he's missed his chance to finish off Monacy. Nico with all 3 kills in the retake. The
So
defuse
weird
to
seeing
boot,
Kerrigan in white and green.
Falcons to the 6-1 lead.
Crazy how good Nico looks as well today.
Trying to get the trust info to sell the house to get out of here. Oh god, that's legalese is such a pain in the ass. I feel for you.
Opening death.
I'm guessing this is not a new endeavor and it's been a process, and I
Kerrigan
feel
will be
for
fought
you.
by DGT. They are thinking about this pocket, but it's not cleared thoroughly. And so Nico, with a chance to find a second one, will be
Dealing with the
denied
state
his
stuff
multi-frag
is a
this time.
bitch.
Monacy remains on the hunt, and he's got the cover of Tess up here on Mustang.
Thankfully, my dad and his brothers handled most of it when my grandpa passed, but all of like the annoying details that they didn't want to deal with, I dealt with, and I learned a lot. That's how I shall choose.
Maybe this is the first round.
Excuse me. Choose to reflect on it as I learned a lot.
That was open. They might be walking in towards ramp after this. I'm not sure. They know they have a gap, but oh yeah, they will see the bomb actually. Oh, and Monacy still not dying. 9-0.
9-0, 2-0 in opening duels. After this
Need to
round,
start shortening stitches after
he
this row.
secured the first kill.
Otherwise, Tank's bed is going to turn into a dog bed.
Round ahead as well.
It's getting big.
Looking like the best opera Kerrigan has ever played with.
Now it's a sun hat, not just a bucket hat.
Poor guy. Flashbangs for Kyosuke to have to stomach. Ew, the Tech 9 gets through him without him finding a kill.
It's an interesting
Now
one.
you've got Wasso Peak on a rifle on top of the one.
Makes me look like a mushroom.
Kerrigan swings the door, gets dinked instantly. Dangerous now for him.
It's funny.
He'll be blinded, still brings one down with him, and the
You know what? Protecting your peace is a very important thing. Whether that's from random ass people in the world or family, it doesn't really matter. You have to protect your peace.
And so the retake's on.
Why is Monacy even still here? Is he really gonna find a way to get a kill?
Come on, him and Nico are
I have a lot more
currently
chosen family than like
23-2.
related
Make it
family.
23-3. Monacy's first death
And
as the
I
Hail
like
Mary
that. I
T-side
appreciate
breakdown
that. I feel like
is
that's a good
still being
life.
pieced together. He's got the
But in my
utility
family's
flush,
defense,
but he
like,
helped
I have a
nobody
super
down
small
the back of
family,
that
so
fight.
it's not hard to have
Behind
more
the silo
chosen
off the
family
shelf,
than
the
actual
TGT
family.
strike. And that is
Just have my
exactly what
dad,
he needed, a bit of a
one
lifeline,
cousin,
a Hail Mary
his
moment
two
to
brothers,
just
and
gun
their
down
wives.
Kyosuke
Like,
and
that's
Durant.
such a small
Secure
family.
a second T-side win.
Though I guess I have a...
They're getting lurky, but it looks like Luchov is gonna make it to secret.
What would my cousin's
Oh,
child
maybe
be?
dive not
A
at
second
all,
cousin?
actually. Yeah,
My cousin spawned a creature a couple years ago. He spawned a creature in COVID.
A little bit of caster witchcraft for you.
Him and his girlfriend. She's very nice.
You did say looks
Big
like.
ol' watch
Yeah.
hat.
It did look like that was true.
Instead of Flava Flav, I'm Fluffy Fluff. I don't know what it would be either. I don't know if that would be like my
And the bomb gets
my
absolutely
grand
stuck with the
cousin.
Kyosuke activation. It is
No,
yet again
that doesn't sound
a
right. That
one-off
doesn't sound like a
round
word.
For the side of 9Z.
I think second cousin?
It's just Fallen joining Falcons.
Kerrigan, Apex, Fallen.
I think that's what it would be.
Olaf.
FaZe Clan.
What is the relation to a cousin's child? My first cousin once removed. Oh, that's how the removals happen? I thought that was like more of a personal thing of like, yeah, they were my cousin, but they were an asshole, so we removed them from the family tree.
Sorry,
My
Watch,
first
so I can see
cousin
how you
once
got that.
removed.
It happens all so fast when Monacy's got the op in hand.
He's feeling it like this.
That is the backbone of this T-side so far. By the time that smoke fades, Monacy's op is now on the line.
I feel like second cousin would be more correct, though. I don't know.
Shot.
Oh.
He is dead. He has missed the shot and
It's
died.
just the AI
Texas
overview.
is
We don't have to
still
trust
able
it.
to deliver a second frag.
Oh, that bomb. They got it. Oh,
Second
there's the
cousin
volley.
sounds
That
more
opens
right
the
to
door
me,
for
so I'm
Kyosuke.
going with that.
He's looking to jump on them in a moment, and missing the timing. Kerrigan back down the vent. A little IRL duck to keep himself alive.
I feel like it's not used much these days. When I read older books, there's a lot of reference to a family member that's like once removed, twice removed, like classic novels. But it's not something that people really say anymore.
Nico has taken a step back from playing red this round.
Probably because they're just like me and assume that their cousin's children are their second cousin instead of their first cousin once removed. I didn't know that.
Nico's nose.
Learn something new every day.
Advantage in the final round of the half.
Oh, he was quick to do that, man. Monacy's not gonna be aware of this move. Trade is great.
Let's max out Luchov.
No way he clears that. Yeah.
Blindsides Monacy, who as
De-lettucing.
anticipated, would not have expected
We're
it, so
smoothening.
2v4 demanded of the Falcons.
Ah.
And 9Z have put that bomb
I don't think we'll
on
finish
the
this tonight, but maybe the next time we go around with it.
And a Kyosuke retake
Or maybe I'll
shoot
work
up.
on it a little bit
48
this morning
is
if we
smoke in
stay
front
up.
of him. That's gonna buy critical time
I shall
for
judge my
9Z to
level
just
of
lock
tiredness
this
when we
in.
get there. I do want to start
And at
like
the end of this
easing
T-side,
into
we're
new
looking at a
schedule
now
though.
Commendable scoreline because this is 9Z sure with only 4 rounds of a T-side, but 4 rounds.
And what better
versus
time
what
than
has
the
been
present?
A lights out performance from Monacy and Nico. And on top of that, economic problems with only now being able to string 2 rounds together for the first time in this
Something
half.
people do with
9Z win
crochet,
2
like
rounds
watering it or
back-to-back,
something, so
and
it
is
sits
what
flat.
secures them a 4-round T-side.
Possibly. I've never heard of that nor tried it.
Get away from that one alive. I would say, shockingly, he is still alive.
Same to navigate that blind and
I just create the misshapen shapes with my stitches to get the form that I like and then straighten it out from there. But I wasn't properly taught. I'm self-taught. Like my grandma showed me the basics and was just like, go with it. Have fun. Be creative. So there's probably many things that I do wrong or don't know the proper way to do. I feel like that would make more sense with like doilies. Like a thinner, more like delicate kind of thing. Although steaming mostly anything will straighten it out and that has moisture. It's called blocking. I've never heard of that. I believe that is a professional term that I did not school myself on.
And he just can't get it over Wasso Peak. They will jump on top of that bomb with ample
I
time
learned
for the
most of my
DQs.
creative
That is
skills
9Z
from...
picking up a CT pistol
I wonder
with
if their
a real
channel
chance
still
now
exists.
to make this game competitive.
My grandmother's, and if this channel still exists, there was a YouTube channel called Threadbangers that was all like DIY and how to do things, and it was so great. Oh, 5 years ago? When was your last post? 2 years ago? Aww. Aww. DIY deep fried water. I guess they got a little crazy over the last couple of years. Not crazy, but like running out of things to do, kind of. I'm so glad their channel still exists, though. Quick and easy projects. How to dress up a tote bag, Sharpie tie-dye, DIY scented wax hearts, color block toe ballet flats. You pretty much learn how to make like anything from this channel. Make a rag rug tote. I always wanted to make a rag rug that I haven't gotten to yet. Learn to sew, our favorite beginner videos. These helped me a lot. For Christmas one year, my dad got me... This is so old. My dad got me a little Joanne Fabrics sewing course that I did, and that was cool. We made a pair of pajama pants. Projects. This is probably all the old ones. How to make hat molds. Halter top. Rockabilly summer swimsuit. That I remember making. Mine did not turn out that great. I wasn't allowed to wear it outside, but I was still like a teenager then, and I made it pretty small, so like fair. Bunny ears. Halter top. Body form projects. That was a cool one. Knit a bikini top. That one I ended up doing too. And I use it for which cosplay? My Lara Croft cosplay sometimes. Every once in a while when I remember it's still there. Collage necklace. I remember that one. A sweater dress. A skunk hoodie. A space helmet hoodie. They're so creative. I don't know if they were just friends or a couple or like what was going on there, but I learned so much from Threadbanger.
Not the best of the crop playing local competition.
I learned so much, but I never learned blocking. Did learn how to crochet a hat though, which is essentially the smaller form of making a cat bed. We're basically following the same steps for that. Making a cozy bed for Tank. All of the zoo eventually, because this shit takes time, all of the zoo eventually either gets their own like placemat cover or blankie or bed, something of the sort. I think I'm behind for like 3 of them. Because Void needs one, Slavka needs one, Tank's getting his. I don't think I ever made one for Kid. I think those are the only ones I'm behind on.
Downstairs, they're not even. They don't have inroads. Like they don't have any
Special to have
kills down
something
here, so
that's
they're just
particularly
looking for a place to save,
theirs.
and they really did fail to sort of keep the
And then
rounds
when they're
moving
not here
forward.
anymore, I put it with
19
their ashes
ready in all
and
these
their
different
paw
spots
prints
outside,
in the
expecting a peek to
cabinet of
come
death.
through. They didn't really have to get more aggressive than they did, so they played that
Though
excellently.
Munster and Chauncey are still next to my bed and Voya's
Now
in
it's
here.
mostly between Nico and Monastery.
But the cabinet of death is also full. So we need another. I don't know. Cabinet of Death is actually my grandparents' china cabinet, but all the china is boxed up and figured it's a better method of having everyone together. On to the third.
DGT going wide in the rafters. That's a fair first duel for him, but DGT's going to pick it up, and we got 9Z with a lead, folks. A CT side advantage.
But they can't get stun locked if that's going to continue for 9Z.
tank it blanket.
Oh my goodness. And of all of that,
It's gonna be
one
so
tab
cozy.
just
It's gonna make
on
so
that
many
red
biscuits
cross
in
that
it.
does it.
Did I mark my first stitch again? I think
It's a
I
quiet
did.
approach through Maine, but while that smoke stays up, DGT's about to be worried about it. He'll find the back stern awkward as Nico and Tessas collect a kill apiece. It's a 2 versus 5.
I did not.
Massive ask of what's left of the Falcons with 25
Where was
seconds,
it?
but a lot of damage done here. This ends up being winnable for Tessas, but they all peek in at the same time. Team
Here.
play for 9Z remains fantastic, and they make sure to not make mistakes still.
I have little clips to mark stitches, but I'm too lazy to go get them. Or find them, because I really don't even know where they are right now.
Kyosuke gonna try
They're
to
somewhere.
win into hell in a moment.
Oh my goodness, Max.
They're probably just in a little craft bucket.
Kyosuke has
I don't
been
know
beat
that
up
for sure.
every
It's not
single
worth
round
looking.
in this game.
Just gonna slide by.
Wow, that's so big on Luchov.
Pull through.
Tessas
Pull
shows
through.
the bottom of his
Pull
feet,
through to the
and
backside.
Odyssey will catch him on the fallback into the
You can
side,
do it.
but he doesn't know about that secondary Hut player. And what's funny is neither does Tessas. So position maintained. Another duel found, but Modessy's going to lose
can't
that
do
one
it.
to Wasso Peak. And all the while, Nico and Kerrigan have just sat passively in anticipation of a secret push never going to come your way. 35 seconds to try to keep 9Z off 12.
Boom. There we go. It's so thick.
Drop off main confirms the direction of this Falcons approach. Stomping in all the while, Wasso Peak's going to activate.
Just wanna
the
make
bomb
sure
that's
all the
spotted on
tails
fallback down to the B site.
are on
And it's
the
already
end,
held here by
on the
Max.
backside.
Kerrigan gets blindsided, and this is the brink of a flawless CT side from 9Z.
This is absolutely fantastic. I mean, obviously kills are a problem as well. Kyosuke's not had a good game.
It's going to be a burst out through the hut. 3 players strong.
There's a game in 3 I might stay up for.
In a half where Falcons have found
I don't know, we'll
nothing.
evaluate the
Round too much
tiredness
of an ask.
then.
Desert Eagle damage
But if I do
seems
that, then I'm going
DGT
into
kills
like
Kyosuke.
hypothetical new
5-7
schedule
slips down into the back of the
perfectly.
site. And if not for a Modesty 1v3, this is Falcons
But I also
with
have like a
a
cold flu thing going
non-consistent
on, so if I need
T-side.
sleep, then I just
20
need
health
sleep.
to try to make magic happen. For just
Otherwise,
a
this would be the
chance
perfect
force
night to start to
overtime.
plop into the new schedule.
In what would have to now be 4 rounds
Sort of.
strung together. 9Z have played the CT side with a certain electricity. The pushes in through that hut. The
Still haven't put
pressure
it
that they
together
put on
100%
Falcons
yet,
from the
but we'll play with
get-go
it
once
over
they swap sides makes Falcons
the next
look like a
weekish,
shell of themselves
and then
in
settle
comparison
into
to
it
that first half. And so
in
this
the
match
following
will
week.
be a tale of 2 sides. A stark contrast to the impressive 7-1 start we had. Modesty will take a sprint down to the B site, try to punch him the digits, hoping that they don't just come barreling towards him, but they will give him no respite. And so 9Z pull off the unthinkable after that 7-1 start. What a turnaround as 9Z take their map pick.
Welcome, Nikki. Aw, thank you. It is ZMILF Day.
Going well.
Thank you, thank you.
Movement here from Falcons.
I
Trying to get ahead of
appreciate the
timing, throwing
kind
that
words.
second layer into the Palace, freed up Nico to go to join Tessas. Those will be the 2 players trying to barrel out through Palace in a second.
The dogs did not
Max
bring me
locked
breakfast
it on
in
the
bed.
screen, confirms the bombs at the bottom of
Boo.
the ramp, so he knows this is a real commitment. And he's got
That's
teammates
okay,
to
though.
back
I don't
him
eat
up.
breakfast.
They'll deliver 2 kills already. Modesty starts to make this
Welcome,
answer
No Limit
back.
One.
Tessas
Hope you're having a
tries
good
to
night
close
so
the
far.
gap as Nico awaits a duel here. At least evened it out, but it's the Berettas to peak from CT. Nico gets a good back
Hey,
on
thank you for the
Luchov,
follow.
then loses his
Welcome
own head.
to
And Modesty
Club.
trying to whip around, Scott.
Welcome
No
to the
players
cult.
in front of him,
It
but it will
is
be a pistol
whatever
for
you want it to
9Z,
be, baby.
and their winning ways
It's the
won't
choose your own
stop
adventure,
here.
and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Thinking we'll do our bikini cosplay either,
Here by Wasso. Modesty's Deagle collects 1.
not either.
And
I
it's
think
trying
tomorrow
to
night.
this to get through with the triple spam.
I was putting together some of the pieces tonight, but I didn't want to be in full cosplay to be de-shedding the dogs.
It's gonna be Luchov caught off by it, but Modesty
And
actually
they
catches
need
it
it.
head first, and
I
then
can't wait another day.
Tessas gets a
I
dig
can't
in
wait
there.
another
He's
day.
got low to 20 health. That got a little sketchy.
Nice. I'm glad you're
As all
enjoying
of a
some
sudden there
games.
was-
I'm good.
Good stuff.
I certainly didn't feel like they were getting suffocated by the CT side last game. I feel like there was a bit of, they didn't really have a strong plan, weren't really doing enough. Their best called round was on that half buy where Monacy had an off.
It's a nice way to spend a Sunday. Relaxing and doing what you enjoy.
Struggling today.
There we go.
One.
Max is going to catch Kerrigan completely
Oh,
off.
let's go, Max.
6 sequence out of him for the double kill. Cues up Mayern with the easy close on that third
Dang.
piece of the B play.
Dedication.
In front of him and Kyosuke on 16 health. It's looking like a 3-0 start, and the first gun round from Falcons also comes up empty.
Oh wait, we're on a new row. I want to pinch it in more.
The desk was singing earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Unravel.
Spotted.
Oh,
Damn near lined up. That'll be 2 surviving for 9Z. And
1-2
nice
skips.
shutdown by
We're
Max
on 1-2
inside
skips
the
now.
It's like,
Instead of
guaranteed
1, 2, 3,
they
4
will
skips.
pull out a Mirage 2 round
So it's
in a matter
not
of
technical
when.
jargon at all.
Well, that'll help. Opening up kill, Monacy's way. Eating the flash and sticking on the angle for a second.
Oh my God.
Max looking to get aggressive. They're not ready.
Oh, a Jink as well on Nico, and they've got one up on Cat. They can't rush this. Nico's gonna throw some utility, but he's still got full vision on the second window. Oh, they're totally wrong about it.
There's that terrorist
Dedicated
round we were
racer
talking
should
about.
remember his or her total lap time. I
Rounds
would
at
agree
the
with
T
that.
side of map 2, Falcons find
I like
their
timing
first
myself when I
terrorist
groom
round
dogs.
win. Nuke was a different beast.
It's nice to be able to measure your proficiency on a day-to-day basis.
This one was simplified by
Compare
Monacy finding the
statistics
early mid-window
and
pickoff.
mannerisms.
Which is
What
big
made a
because, again, I
difference?
think he
What doesn't make a
got
difference?
Maybe 1 kill or 2 in that second half of Nuke.
To wrap
Really
up
just
map 1.
reevaluations in life in general are a good choice.
Pistol victory, 3-0 start. Max right here drops a body on the approach to the B play. Very quick kill on Tesses, but Nico's answers fast. Mayern, you've got a duel coming your way. You've got to
Treat
hit
life
this,
like
but
an
he
Excel
wins it.
sheet.
And that's gonna allow them
Compare
ever
metrics.
closer with numbers and headshots coming out from Kyosuke back to back inside of the B site, and Falcons now just firmly plant their feet to find consecutive terrorist round wins.
Unfortunately, Mayern's off is like one of the least scary things about the team. But again, I'm like, sometimes I'm like, man, if he just had a rifle, I'm sure he could have actually
This
done
little
a bit more.
Bolioli is so cute. It's turning out a little bigger than I anticipated.
Exposes everybody.
I think they're gonna get that 1 kill at least, honestly.
But I think we're
Kerrigan
close
still
to the
gets one.
end
There's 3 players
ish.
looking at him.
And it's gonna come together
Front runners both
within a couple
blind.
more rows.
Regains vision just quick enough. There's the Tesses pickup.
Although I guess Tank isn't the smallest in the world.
He's just gonna start
I
dropping
think
utility,
Slavka is
drawing
gonna be
all
about
the attention
Charlie
of 9Z
sized
as the bomb and
when
2
she's full
escorts
grown. I think
will work
she's
its
gonna
way
be a
towards the
little
B site. So this is a hook,
a
line,
little
and sinker
petite-ski.
situation yet again. 9Z trying to
Daisy
chase
was
down
pretty big
any
the last
Tesses
time I
play
saw
towards
her.
the A site, but the bomb is not
The
coming this
Void is
direction.
small. Mama Cat.
So
She's
Tesses
only
does
about
a
8
great job on
pounds.
his lonesome.
I guess Nibbler, who was originally the runt,
Will they take a
has
sniff
gotten
at this
really
retake,
big.
though, Mo?
So many
But
times
Stripes has
they've
stayed
just,
pretty
had
tiny.
an open site to plant in. There's been no retake attempts, and funnily enough, of all the times that they would have tried, I feel like this isn't the one. Monacy's got a great line. You'd have to miss. Oh,
He does.
okay.
Opens the door for the cross. Mayern just whiffed his shot back, though, and then Monacy collects the kill as Mayern doesn't get a chance
That's
to take a
wonderful.
second shot.
Family
Mayern's
time is
off
good
stats
time.
this game.
Whether it's
Very
chosen
important.
family or
Chances
related
of shots
family.
taken, it's not a
It's
great
important.
ratio.
We get away from this one, looking like 2 players survived.
Yeah,
per
and
team,
he's
and Falcons
swimming in
tied
the
this game
ocean
up with
bowl.
4 rounds each. It seems.
He'll feel how big my
Kyosuke
loves
barely
are.
hangs on, but all's good.
But the Falcons are taking advantage of their risky, stacky gameplay.
Confident swing out through the top mid smoke. Kerrigan at the tip of the spear.
gonna
Already
do
takes
that.
possession of
There.
bench. And here's stomping inside of that window. Monacy finds Mayern over towards the ladder doors.
I feel the vastness of my love like the vastness of the ocean. My throat
Feels like an
hurts.
easy bet. This time around will not be caught off guard, unprepared for such a peak.
feel differently throughout the day, and I can't tell if this is like a cold or a flu. Like in the long run, it doesn't matter.
Spot here for Luchov. He's gonna go and try to spot, but he just preempts the smoke. Actually,
I don't understand what is going on.
See anything, and
not really congested, but I'm coughing, and I just feel like dead all over.
Which actually makes them worried.
Like within the past 48 hours, everything is atrophied, and I'm a wisp.
Wazo's Peak's going to be in a great spot to get this kill. Okay. Yeah, timing out a little bit early there.
Patience is hard to have, but worth it to procure. Very much so.
Yeah, this is again meant to be a fake. Wazo Peak on default.
I'm envious of the one-day sniffle. I wish that's all this was. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. So choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I feel like, honestly, most of this is, like, probably just my immune system crashing in every single way from the last 3 weeks.
Young generation and TikTok.
Yeah, right? It's my brain when the third coffee hits. Kerrigan on a roll as Falcons try to
Wish I could still be that awake when the third coffee hits. I'm still asleep when the third coffee hits.
3 health advantage over for 9Z at the moment. Nico could fall victim to the spam. Modesty tries to hold back. Crosses over. Second player here for Falcons on the ticket. And still Nico just keeps his head down. But that op rattles off a shot, so they're going to know damn well about Monacy's position. Concerned that still somebody would be over towards the ramp. It's not the case. Heavy emphasis here in the post plant towards ticket instead. At some point,
sure is the busy season. That I will agree with.
Oh, all 3 from Nico. Should have killed him with the wall bang when you had the chance.
Yeah, and now it's a real streak going on. It was left over when the retake began. I mean, all the spots for Falcons were too strong with CT control. Another tag that. Oh, he tagged that too.
Oh, that's sweet.
This is a pretty good opera, huh?
I appreciate it. Without sounding super cocky, I feel like I've not reached peak patience, but I have an immense amount of patience at this point of time in my life, and I'm very proud of that. I appreciate that about myself. I like that about myself. The only time I'm not patient is road rage. But that's not my fault. That's stupid drivers.
And who am I to deny Kerrigan's experience? His truth.
It's kind of a me issue, but mostly a them issue. Because if them weren't doing it, then I wouldn't have an issue with it.
And final round of the T-side here as Falcons want to keep this round streak rolling, but Thomas is going to get the stoppage in. Mayern with a double kill for the road as they will swap over with 5 CT round wins to their name. The 4-0 start. Play Counter-Strike every day.
Give this a little stretch.
Jump spot here with the incendiary in hand. Frag grenade as well. That's a tough one to stomach. That's how Wazo Pete going mid-air 180.
I love that.
Doot.
Nope.
Stops the timing, opens the door for Tess to barrel through the market window. He's also got a smoke if he wants to throw it.
Really
There's very little love behind the wheel.
And dodging still here shots, but Kyosuke recovers. Oof. And then
so good from here.
Got DGT on the ground, but Kyosuke collects his 3rd kill.
See, now I bet that bitch is a VR4. My bitch is not a VR4. I don't feel like they would include the base model in any of the games, because what's the point?
He's got the bomb on his belt.
I'm also guessing she's red.
And dead to Nico. So Falcons will pick up the pistol.
Using my psychic ability. I'm testing my psychic abilities.
Call for Falcons.
Mitsubishi 3000 GT in the garage behind my house. How wonderful to have such cool cars easily accessible, right?
So Monacy's job made easy.
He's doing great on both sides now. They're gonna boost up.
They're just gonna try to slide into this. Yeah, this is interesting now because Monacy has lost a player bottom middle. They are both on bench as far as the A commitment, and he's smoked off from the play.
And it's a re-aggro and underpass, which is extremely weird, but actually might be great. It's like this is a round-winning move. Like, he could go back and play the numbers, but this move, if it works, is going to be incredibly frustrating. But Kyosuke was here early enough. I guess he saw that Max must have exited. Great timing for him.
Black metallic and the MR model from 1995. Damn. I bet she's gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Tries to play head tuck default. We've got a kid on Monacy. He tries to close the distance. Oh, and it's Kyosuke from the top of the stairs to give the cover needed. Monacy to defuse this with ample time. And another round wins for the Falcons. This is
That is becoming very shaped.
Second flawless CT side.
I can accept being wrong. She sounds beautiful.
AKs for all of 9Z and 3 players to approach Kyosuke. Insta-kill for Luchov and a good trade out of DGT. Wolf, but then Nico finds the angle out through window. Wants to keep that pressure thick. Very tense moment for DGT as he gets cleaned up. Just had no sanctuary, no respite within that cat play, and that's the bomb.
Thought he was gonna say no respect.
Stay alive. And it's just too much pressure from all directions.
But also kind of.
Max taken to 13 HP versus 3 from here on out, and Falcons on the brink of a 12th round win within Mirage.
Looked like a curtain call here for 9Z.
And Falcons respectfully let him have it.
Respectfully.
I haven't seen it in a long time.
Shander?
Just being Girl Scouts.
I'm getting out called in the first half, but I can totally see Falcons. Like I expect.
Damn, that's a fast in-game car.
On this map already. We've already seen
See, go zoom.
So many opening kills this game.
She got that digital power.
Back-to-back rock-solid halves. And 9Z trying their damnedest to topple the defense, but a nade to the bottom of middle that does get dodged.
Oh my god, I'm loving this.
Finding safety within
I think we might actually finish it tonight. I thought I'd still be working on it this morning.
T-spawn. Kerrigan died to Luchov. That was a deep
I think one more row after this one, and then it will be
and allow for that bomb to
perfect.
rotate back around to join the DGT, who is now met by yet another CT smoke.
They have good options. I think they just have to figure out a way to make their ladder room guy useful. They can.
Got options. They need to use the room of
They
requirement.
wanted to, but the bomb's already here on the ramp.
This is gonna look like a turtle shell.
CTs are starting to get suspicious about stuff. So here's a moment where Luchov full HP.
Until there's a cat in
sort
it.
of
It's
alert,
gonna look
wants
like a
to have
turtle
some kind
shell.
of impact and is selling the fake. Very nice.
Really dropping that util at the perfect moment, but if he oversteps it, we'll see if the counter-terrorists catch him.
He's actually looking right over top. That's actually nice from him. And there's the site opened up. That's a great play out of Luchov, man. It's the rest of the team here is very low.
SS found the AK upgrade in the meantime. Molly for the bomb planter will flush him back into the corner. But no teammates here on the scene just yet. Nico's going to get set up by the Kyosuke flashbang. There's an eventual incendiary to maybe flush out Firebox once this retake really gets going. But now that you've lost SS over towards Connector, that frees up one side of the bomb site. And it will indeed be this round, number 18, that 19.
It's a curly noodle.
So at least one terrorist round win for 9Z on Mirage. Yeah, rock solid.
Play.
Yep, the Luchov moment over towards Catwalk really opened the door for 9Z to walk away with this.
That's for me how I want to see most.
It's turning out so nice.
Baits it out. But Nico's rifle ready to capitalize on that one, and the connector hold from Tesses is good. But in that
A little
meantime,
cozy.
Tesses towards connector, you know you've got a chance at the walkout. Of course, 9Z do capitalize on it. Finding that
bomb
empty
at?
room.
Oh, back in spawn. They'll have
One
to go
more.
grab it. They have to
One
babysit
more.
the site.
It's a bit awkward because
We'll have to go show Tank before we give Pippi a bath.
They don't have any vision on B. I think this bomb really wants to just come
Gonna
in
go show
extremely slowly,
Papa
but it's
Tank
running
his
the
new
whole way.
bed.
Because they have to go back and check now. This is actually great for 9D. Now they don't have any control. So they're going to plan for CT, but they have to cover CT as well. Oh, damn.
There goes Mayern, trying to take a look over top of
don't even know.
Yeah, right. Peaks Tetris and dies for
Is GT5 a different
There you
game?
go. He's gonna die the exact same way.
I don't know what
And now you've got
GT5
Luchov,
is.
30 health versus
Or
3.
GTS?
First
GT5.
frag's good. Now Monacy's off to try to tiptoe its way.
Oh, that was sweet.
Don't know what this is.
Luchov.
Quad kill from Luchov, 1v3 to boots, and that's going to keep 9Z in the second map. Bottom mid taken over just as the window smoke pops. Catnade finds Max pretty substantially. And Luchov's got an opening kill, but there's a lot of players here ready to pinch, and the Cat players come out wide. Trades back and forth, maintains man advantage, but only barely. A
I always
30
overestimate
max
the
left
amount
with
of
the
yard I
bomb.
need, which
And
is a
DGT,
good
the one
idea
piece
because
that
different
hasn't revealed
batches
itself.
He has a volley for this.
come out
That's
differently,
the
died.
information. That's real beautiful.
Maybe you buy from like 1 month to another. But I think I have like 3 more of these. And I'm only about halfway through the one that I'm finishing with. I have to figure something else to floof out.
He is just going to go very swiftly into this retake attempt, trying to bait them in with 8 shots in the mag. DGT's got him sidelined.
GT5 is Gran Turismo 5. There's 7 of them. Decent. That makes a little more sense.
DGT walkout on ramp. Going hunting.
You do have to be careful with these, but great use of the shadow and not too aggro. Clearing up some more spots.
Not too aggro. Kind of like Tank.
Connecting, but this M4 still looms not far behind Kyosuke. Good eagle headshot.
Looms like we do. I want to learn how to use a loom. Do you guys remember the little rubber band looms? Make like pot holders with? I loved those things.
As the gun swap happens, DGT whittling him even lower. Oh, but now he reloads himself, and Nico's quad kill finishes off the map.
Usually we should bring some catnip down
Turn to Nico. They thought it was all pistols,
show it to
and the
tankers.
M4 is their maker.
They don't see any resistance. I think that's telling them that there's a 3-long setup. So readying the mid B and not trying to dress this up.
Smoke into the CT cross. That's easy crossovers for 9Z. Smoke in the doorway, though, is the Falcons' answer back. Flash comes through it. Tess has busted up. Double tap. But then as he gets cleared out of the site, we also get this cleanup towards middle out of Max. So it's going to be Nico and Kerrigan to the 2 versus 3.
This is
Quick
awesome.
long
I
play,
really
not
didn't think
fast
we'd finish
enough.
this
We've already
tonight.
got Max getting back to the site. No one's peeking Nico just yet.
Smoke dries up.
You talk about racing games a lot. I can tell you enjoy them. Which is wonderful to be passionate about things and find little niches in the world that we enjoy.
Kerrigan, little too late to the party, and 9Z will strike again in a critical pistol to try and take over the early
Sparks of joy are pivotal, especially in this day and age.
Trading a couple guns back and forth.
Yeah, drop that on the ground.
CT smoke comes out.
They're out.
Barrel through that. Kyosuke gave up that upper angle. Still a kill apiece from the B defenders. Mac-10 at bat responds as the M4 is burned out of position.
That's actually a miracle they got both those kills at that point. Max, if you didn't get that kill through the smoke, this plant doesn't happen. And, well, with his HP, no spam on the cross, they'll finally get it planted. And this actually is kind of a difficult situation now for
I
Falcons.
think
Despite the health advantage.
In through tunnels.
Was it
she's
an issue
done.
of physics, or
I don't know. I didn't quite see the throw.
we've
I
just
saw
got
the
to cut off the funny little curly bits.
disgruntled walk away.
Excess yard.
Nico's going to try to rack up the price tag here.
one clean one?
Still like half
Anybody
this
tries
one
to risk
left.
their life to grab that
Jeez
off.
Louise.
They don't want to search too much and just start having Falcons rotate too much. I think if they're confident, Falcons are starting in this 2-3 situation, they just want to capitalize on it right away. Now with that nade coming down.
I would love to make myself a bed out of this. It's so soft.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
Like
they
so
screwed that
soft.
up entirely,
Like
and
the
that was
plush
just
on the
that.
inside of like the
Only
plushiest
Tess with
blanket.
tunnels and mid to hold
That's what it
off on
feels
his
like.
own.
It's so
But
nice.
90 damage to have to stomach his
I love
match.
this yarn.
He's
It's just a
obviously
bitch to
finish
work
off that
with.
second kill. The way the
But
Luchov
I also
pairs
wasn't
the
using
two there,
my good needle for this one. I was using the tiny one.
I think
It's way
now things
easier
get
with the big
scary.
one.
Yeah, they just blown that. The flash missing the first target on the peak, and then everything was too slow after that damage
Secure
came
this
through.
little bitty.
Oh boy.
Luchov, great awareness for the
Oh
double, but
boy.
Like, even if we're talking about moments here, okay, that aren't entirely damning in the sense that, all right, maybe that doesn't happen the second time they try it. The issue is it's 5-0.
Yep.
8 rounds away from winning this match versus Falcons.
8 rounds
and it's also it's the attack they were looking for. They didn't run into a 2-1-2.
Terrorists win.
Kerrigan, the new long anchor for the Falcons.
Yeah, he's going to have his hands full, isn't he? 3 players being set up by this Max Flash. Kerrigan takes a pop-up over, takes a look.
Oh, my goodness.
Overly strongly secured it and broke it.
Actually, look at the vision that Wasso Peak has.
Already 2 players beyond this.
They're going to come back into this slowly. Nico might actually take a peek here.
He's going to try to take a pop-out, gets the dink in, but that's 10. Massive mowdown. Lucha, the triple. And him and Wasso combined for all 5 on the mid-play. Flawless round from 9Z. Flawless. We're no longer just 6 rounds away from the win. We're 6 rounds away from the 13-0.
Tire off.
Looking to stack up behind this smoke. Sudden pop on Tesses. It's a one and done. Chop comes through. And as Kyosuke tries to get into the window, he fumbles the jump up. Oh, caught by DGT. The rifle play from 9Z has
You're in shreds. Sheds.
Piece of
Trim it.
Falcons is able to walk away with a multi-kill in this one.
You got another.
Pressure on Luchov via utility, but Nico's going to have to sign up for this smoke walk through the doorway. Him and Luchov cross paths. It's a kill apiece from the players that do push through. But the 4 HP of Nico's not long for this world, and 9Z's winning
Jeez,
ways
last
show
map's
no
going
signs
fast.
of slowing down.
I mean, how are they going to win the major like this?
Highlights, but still.
You know the ability of the team that sits across from you. You know their potential. But it is realizing that potential to
So
death.
fluffy.
Is currently eluding Falcons in this head-to-head.
Just
Tell me
fall.
that works.
Okay.
Right to it, Maynard's op shot collects his 6th kill of the map, as it is Monacy bested in the op duel.
And that's got to be a turning point. He
One
still
more?
sits on 6 ADR. That might be the first time
One more.
Mayer has straight up out-opt him. And on Dust 2, of all things.
In a head-to-head long duel.
Yeah, and they've been very careful about that. They haven't just exploded out long with 3 or fought in a messy, scrappy battle for map control. And Nico, he's kind of playing this risky, man. Kerrigan's going to walk up on this, but you don't really do this if you think someone's this close in the corner.
Yeah, you can see Kerrigan, or rather Nico, trying to kind of half clear it.
Oh, and Nico get the fall back. He's going for the repeat, and Max takes him out.
Of course he does. Blue
Thank
Chop
you,
on the exit
bud.
of the B side as well. That's the bomb still towards T-spawn. All
Little
options
curly
open.
noodle bed.
And not a single
We
defender
gotta
has
pull it
walked
out a
away
little
with
bit
kill.
more.
We're not talking about pistols in this one.
Into its
This
shape.
was Team Falcons, full guns. And finally, Kyosuke posts a single frag
Approach
for
gaming in a
Falcons in the
precious
round
and
of play.
calculated
One
manner.
kills all they
All
get.
about setting the
This is a
fastest lap on the
masterclass.
racetrack. Hey, you
Domination
know, it's
of
nice to have
Falcons
goals.
out of 9Z.
Absolutely.
It's nice to have
from everyone. It is a
aspirations.
pure
I have like the
masterpiece. This
complete
we've seen
opposite
9Z
outlook
play
with
some of their
games.
best.
I just want to survive and
The
have
headline is
fun.
turning into Falcons get embarrassed, but you've got to give 9Z so much
Even
credit
when I
for
can't
what they've
survive, I just want to keep having
shown
fun.
today. This is insane.
Poofy mushroom pants.
I
No,
would argue
tank
Falcons
bed,
have made
cat
small
bed.
mistakes that have resulted in them getting
Just
to a
needs
10-0
some
scoreline. It could have been like
working out.
2-8.
Before we give Pippi her bath, I want to bring this down to Tank and see how he feels about it. Give him some nip. Calm him extra into going into it. I think he'll be excited about it right away, but Tank's the man. You never know how men are going to react to things. Silly boys. This is the new meta. The yarn pulling meta. Censorship.
Within this match versus the Falcons.
This is absolutely mental. Full execs. They've taken that out entirely, and that's made this look so much more reliable.
The anticipation
I feel
is
like a
not
lot
much
of
longer,
teams are trying to go
but
for those
about
two
to
things,
lose.
And it feels like they're throwing caution to the wind. Well, okay.
But then
Here's
we win a
Nico
tank.
pushing off Cat to call out their default
By
bomb.
losing, we
Drops
win
in
a
the middle
tank.
mid,
Ben, so you can curl up all on
And
the
he's just staying up
sides.
here. They're not going to assume surely that he sticks around. It's very risky by him.
Yeah,
I wanna
Monacy's
crawl
over his
into
shoulder
this.
with that lower kill. And Wasso and Luchon have nothing to lose in this 2 versus 5 attempt.
How would it be ASMR? Yarn is like
Yourself a damn near
silent.
Perfect half. So try to set up this final blow. 12
VSMR.
round of a T-side
Visual
on the table for
SMR.
the taking.
I don't know what SMR stands for.
Loses the card duel versus Kyosuke, however, and that's going to force Waso Peak to walk this out with no bomb possession. So a singular round for
Sound,
CT side.
mind, rejuvenation. I don't know.
It's based off of Nico.
I gotta pee, but I don't want to miss the end.
It's the B execute here.
2 more minutes.
Busy with the hold. That's one.
It's so soft.
Oh, he's collecting.
Maybe I'll use some of the extra yarn to make him a pillow, aka make me a pillow. It's so soft.
Flanks it so fast. Actually, Kerrigan's got to
So
be
nice.
careful. He can get spotted.
This chance here from DGT. Mayer will collect the frag. They've got
Cozy.
12 rounds secured. You've got a
So
much-needed
thick.
pistol
Like,
in
this
front
is
of you,
a
and you
good
whip
bed.
the smoke to try to give
Fuck
yourself a
Petco.
chance. Coupled with the absence of all of the Falcons here on the decider map.
Are these guys nuts?
If I had the patience to make like a full-size blanket out of this yarn, it would be the best blanket ever.
They've got it off.
But I don't.
They've got the opening kill. Nico never sees that one coming.
Oh, no chance. You'd be ready for
I'd
that.
rather the patience or
Kyosuke
the
30
desire,
scout.
and I have neither.
Monacy on the walkout middle. Kyosuke's gonna get swept away by Luchov.
Bloop.
Monacy tries to chase
Oh,
it out,
it's
whereas
that's so
DGT
nice.
looks to get into the play. But
It's
don't
just a little
fall
donut.
yet. He will get bested by
That's
DGT.
marvelous.
That's Tess with the bomb out middle. And a cap play coming through from Kerrigan off of Desert Eagle, held still by Mayer. And Waso Peak flanks and knocks it. Securing themselves 3 matches to try and secure the playoffs. It is Mouse, Spirit, Furia, and 9.
Alright, I gotta go Tanky, and then we're gonna bring Tanky his whatchamawatcher, his little baby bed, and then Pippi needs a half bath, not a full bath, just a half bath. And we're going to de-shed the doggos. I'll be back. Burp, 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 burp. Put this in the kitchen so it's one less thing to carry at least through the dog gates. Bit chilly in the world. I'm gonna grab some socks and a jacket. I leave my stream lights, my lizard lights, and then it's chilly. It's chilly. Chilly, chilly. Just have my fluffy, cozy socks on. Oh, I think these are gonna go the right way. I don't know how this reflects on camera. That one. right? Yes. Otherwise, they either say good girl or girl good. And girl good is just a little silly. Sounds cavemanish. Girl good. Ugh. These are gonna get so fluffy when we defloof the puppers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Swap our stoof over. Oh, I forgot meds. I put stop in the kitchen. I gotta grab meds. Call VFFA. Get our go cam going. We should have a good amount of battery for a hot minute. Boys are both in bed. No one's in the executive chair tonight. I'm telling management. Gunther, not being a manager tonight. Not being very managerial. I'm gonna lose audio for a second while I flip us over. Perfect. Chest. Pull up chat and then we're good to go. Perfect. Put you guys in my pocket. And see how Tank likes to Betty. Good mouse. Good mouse. I am forgetting something. I remember it. I'll come back to it. It's that simple. Capable of motion. Deployed so snugly. So snugly. Snuggly puggly wugglies. It didn't close. There. Hello, Ty. Are you going to attempt a little bit of a brushing tonight? Maybe. Maybe. He's so big, but he makes himself so small. He stole the cat's chair. The cat's like laying that chair. He stole it. He stole it. I was gonna grab catnip. Ty, be in charge for a moment. two of those tablets. I know there is. Thought that'd be a quick grab. Remember the last time I saw it? It was out and about. It was like, oh, this should be in a more organized spot. Where did it go? It's not up with treats. I don't think. I don't know. I'm short. The tiptoes. Where's the way too many snacks? I'm gonna bring some new snacks down for Tank soon too. His snack supply is dwindling. It's somewhere in here. Somewheres. Oh, but there's a whole bunch. It's not the two that we're looking for, but that's close enough. Oh, should we do some premium California catnip? Is that what this whole mess of a bag is? You can just do the small sprinkles. It's easier to carry down. Tank some that good flour. That good flour. I just want to condiment to it before I get. Oh, you got your toy. You're showing off your toy. He said, "Oh, hold on, guys. I gotta get my toy to show it off." Looks like he has like a little binky every time he carries it around. It's so cute. You're so cute. Ty, you're adorable. And you're the cutest little Pippi boyfriend. She just follows him around. She loves him. I think honestly she loves him even more than she loved Chauncey. She's like obsessed with him. That's her little trophy husband. Hello, biscuit beans. Hello, darlings. Slavushka Maruska. With the fluffy butt. Hello, Charlie Bear. Hello, Charlie Bear. A scoop of my mare. Burp. You guys are silly. Charlie needs one too. Charlie was who else I was trying to think of. Mr. Tank, what have we got for you? I don't even know where I want to put this. You like to lay over here. Tank either lays at my feet or he lays on his side of the bed. Tank! Hi! You were probably expecting snacks. I think he was expecting snacks. That's okay. We'll get to those too. I just want you to see your bed first. Do full body pets now. Tank, you've made such amazing progress. You're such a good boy. Are you snuggling in? Are you staring at his snack bowl? He's accepting the love both, but he'll take the love for a moment before begging for the treats with your little bald spot. It's just a scar from when he was out on the street. You ain't got no hair there. Happy butt. We be careful with the butt. You are sensitive hippies. Very sensitive hippies. Let me turn on the fan loud. I have things for you. I have things for you, Mr. Tank. Mr. Tank. What's that? It's the nip. It's the good stuff. It's the good stuff. Look, you got a cozy binky over here. will you follow it? Say no, I blindly. Come here. Why aren't you pouring out? That's probably a lot of catnip for one bed. Oh, what's that, Tank? What's that? What's that? What's this? What's this? He does not give a fuck. Thanks, Tank. All of that hard-earned effort. What if I give you treats in bed? What about that? I don't think I've ever given Tank catnip. He has catnip toys, but maybe he just doesn't care about it. Come see your bed. Come see your bed. Oh, it's like perfect Tank size, though. Your treats are in there, Goofy. It's a perfect size for him. Aww. Now he has no choice but to be exposed to the nip, and he's gonna be a crazy man. Put these away. Oh, there's no sneaking in Tankland. There's still treats in the bed, though, you fat boy. There's still treats in the bed. There's 4 of them. There's 3 of them. There's 3 of them and a crumb. All the way. He looks like it's we have going on in here right now, too. He looks so cute in it. I don't know if he's ready to full-on biscuit in it yet. But I think he accepts it. You got nip and drool all over your face, boy. Oh my god. He has green catnip drool. It's cozy biscuits. I like that we were able to curl it around a bit, because Tank really likes going, like, not all the way under blankets, but under, like, the fold of the blanket. He likes to be a little secret hidden boy. Here's all about the snacks. Happy because he got. Oh, Tankers. You are wonderful. We love you. I want to pick you up and hold you and smooch you, but we're not going to do that post catnip time. No, no. Such a good buddy. You have an eye booger. Can I have it, please? Okay, thank you. Can I have your nip drool? Thank you. Tank is the biggest purr. He is a V8 motor. He's the biggest purr. Need to have it. The perfect little heart on his sleeve. Oh, Mr. Tank, I love you so much. A very careful kiss. We're in the Bermuda Triangle. It's gonna lag a little bit down here. It's the Bermuda Triangle. A corner of the bathroom are like almost impossible to hold connection with. Like, even if I'm just on my phone, like texting or scrolling or doing whatever, it does not work in this this area. It is the Bermuda Triangle. It's the Bermuda Triangle, Tank. Which I find hilarious because this is my bedroom furniture from when I was growing up at my grandparents' house. And it was actually my dad and his brother's bedroom furniture too. It's old, but when I would stay at my grandparents in my bedroom, the window to be able to use my silly little cell phone. So maybe the furniture makes a Bermuda Triangle. I don't know. Charlie's just trying to start the Charlie train to communicate with all the Charlies. Oh, Mr. Tank. You do. You really do. Oh, well, now your food is spinning around. So you're about to go get that. Your meal has been delivered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Beep. Hungry man. Alright, let's let you eat and give Pippi's bath. Pippi bath time. A half bath. Not a powder room, just a half bath. Hello, Slavka. Slavushka Maruska. Charlie, is there anything you would like to communicate with the other Charlies? She says. And Slavka has many words to share. You have many words to share. You're silly. Meow. Excuse me, Miss Ma'am. Pippi needs a bathers. Unless you want a bathers too. That was Slavka Mowen. Charlie does the little like chirps, but Slavka has a big meow. Big meow, Slavka. A very tiny girl. She has a big meow. I did not think she would get bigger than Charlie though, and she did surprisingly. Thought she would stay tiny forever. I gotta take my purple hair stuff out of the tub. Or at least put it over. So I toned my hair the other day, but then I took it like all the way backwards because I used my purple shampoo to tone it. But then I showered today and used my blue shampoo, thinking like, oh, it'll do the same thing. And it brought it down to like a darker tone. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing. But somehow it always turns out right, so it's okay. Just a process. A process it is. Some floof. I'm gonna put down the no slip thing for you, sis. There we go. Hello, Mama Bear. Hello, Mama Bear. Little Miss Pippi gets a bath. There. Pippi bath time. Pippi bath time. Pippi, 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 Pippi bath time. Come on, sis. Ah, there you go. There you go. I'm gonna take my watch off. You're just having some old lady days lately. You had to make an appointment for you to get your next arthritis shot. I'm overdue on it. And ironically, her arthritis shot, it doesn't just help with like her joints, it helps with her incontinence as well. She pinkies on herself less. The vet opens again on Tuesday. Make her a little appointment. Then you'll be feeling spry again. I think I'm like a few weeks overdue. So her last one was a week before C2E2. And that was the end of March, and now it's mid-May. So we should have done like mid-April. Not strong enough to do that. There. Put this out of the way. Let me see. There's no point in doing it if we do it half-assed. Even though we're only washing half your ass. Cold side of this faucet is going to break one day soon, and I'm going to have a mental breakdown over it when it does. It's so tight, like my shower, before the screw or whatever inside of it snapped. It's going to be done for soon, and I do not look forward to that day. I hate dealing with plumbing. Plumbers are expensive. Well, it's not just about her being comfy. Like, when there's urine on them for more than like 24 hours, which she's only been like this for a couple hours. She had her incident this afternoon. Hey, baby girl. They get like urine scald on their skin, like it burns them. So really, for her well-being, more than just her comfort or wanting her to smell nice or look pretty, those are just bonuses. But I don't want her to develop urine scald and get a rash from it. That's my biggest concern. Oh, just a big leggy stretch. That was cute. That was very cute. Oh, PB, I hear you, sweetie. You want a bath too? I don't think PB wants more baths. A little more on that other leg. I think you were laying on that side when it happened. There you go. Maybe is due for some kind of trim soon. I wonder if they'll let me use her as my test dog for a full haircut in a couple weeks. At this point, I could put her into a pattern. And that would be wonderful to showcase. Because she wears it very, very, very nicely. There you go, sweet mama. Okay. Hi, Ty. Pleasure to see you here. How you doing tonight? You gonna get a brush and neck? Ringo needs a bath. We're gonna have to do it outside. He's too big for the tub. I wonder maybe I could dig into the shop with me. But he might even be too big for that tub. I don't know. They have industrial tubs, but they're like smaller than what I remember them being. I feel like a purebred Great Dane, like the skinny ones. This Ringo is thick. Was he fine? Good. But I don't think a dog like Ringo's size or like a full Mookie or the St. Bernard would fit in there. You're almost done, sis. There you go. Oh, good. Why did I set my jacket over your towels? That was foolish. Foolish. It's more than like a rash. Urine scald is like a burn. Like it literally burns their skin because of how powerful urine is. So you don't ever want to let an animal sit in their own urine for an extended period of time. Because then the scald will get infected. And it's a whole issue. Welcome, Midnight Dynamite. Hope you're having a good night so far. Happy Sunday. Happy ZMILF Day. Thankfully, we've never run into that, but we're also good about doing baths like immediately. Oh, please stand up. I know you're tired. You didn't ask for this today. I understand. We'll just get you with the towel, and then we'll get you with the other towel. Hold on. Into toes. You're standing in the most awkward way, Pibby. Mommy's back hurts. Okay. Having a wonderful night. Yay! I'm glad to hear. The day has been magical, beautiful. I feel like many of us have been having unceremoniously good days this weekend. And that's such a beautiful thing. Bye, Ty. I have to close the door. Otherwise, Baby will run out. She's a gremlin. But she's our gremlin, and we love her. Yay for a magical day. They heard everyone else was getting the good stuff and spoils and said, me too. Me too. Is Johnny Starr's new name? No, you gotta hold on, we gotta dry your butt. I just turned you around the right way, Pippi. Mommy does not have strength today. There you go. Hello, Stinky Binky. Uh-oh, I broke this. Oopsies. Oopsie-days. Oh. Happy birthday to Oma. Unless there was a typo and you meant Juma, but I don't know. People have different names for different family members. I have no knowledge of Dutch culture, but happy birthday to Oma. You understand, girl. Yeah, you're due for your. I can't keep you alive forever, but I can keep you comfy for as long as we can. And get your arthritis shot this week. And that'll be easy peasy. We don't even have to see the vet for that. That's just a tech visit. I didn't know we were still lagging now. Honestly, my internet has been so fucked up since they redid the polls. Like just the last couple of days. So it's probably a Serena issue. Actually, let me see what we're connected to. Like actually, because this might have gone to the wrong thing. It shouldn't, but sometimes it does. And thank you for letting me know. I didn't know it was still awful upstairs. Because it should not ever be unless we're outside. And that's kind of spotty. No, it's not where I am anymore. Because we were downstairs before. We're upstairs now. It should be perfect. Or as perfect as it's going to be up here. But again, my internet has been shit since they reconnected the poles. And I sent a message the first time to support or whatever, because they came out twice now. The first time they came out and it fucked everything up. And then they came out again and I guess it's still pretty fucked up. It's less fucked up, but it's still fucked up. So I'll have to let them know. Okay, you can't take more. More leg rubbings, that's your limit. You're so curly. Pippi is so curly. She's all what? Look at those curls. People would pay good money at a salon for a perm of those curls. Then she dries pretty straight. But look at those curls. She's like me, more curly when her hair is wet. A little curly noodle. A little curly noodle capoodle. Come on. You can walk off it. There you go. Good job. Get this out of the way. Little curly girl. Little curly girl. Hold on, baby. Grab my watch. She's so stinking cute. She's so stinking perfect. All right, Rolly Poly Noodle, let's go. Let's go. Hi, Ty. You're a very silly guy. Hello. Put your toy right over my door stopper. Oh my goodness. You goofy goober. Ugh. There we go. I'm gonna pit stop back in the stream room for a minute and then de-shed the dog. Oh, actually, let's do smarter, not harder. You guys are in charge of the puppies for a moment. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be by be. It is a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Good. I'm leaving you guys in charge for a moment. I'm gonna go grab my coffee out of the command center. Get to cafe. Oh wait, I'm doing this out of order of operations, but that's okay. But I want to sweep up some of the Ringo hair first. It looks like I already tried to de-shed him in here. Look at this floor. I swept in here yesterday. Need to de-shed him. Need to de-shed both of them. Oh my goodness. They're fluffy. Fluffy. Alright, Ty, get out of my house. I have things to figure out. I love you, but you have about 45 minutes till men's time. Yes, that's a goo. That's a goo. Sheriff of the zoo. I'll put some music on real quick. So if you're the sheriff, if you're Woody, he's Buzz Lightyear, and he's Rex. I don't know who Ty is. Who would Ty be? Who would Pippi be? Pippi would be Jessie. Who would Ty be, though? No, play on my phone. Thank you. Hi. You guys really aren't supposed to be all up in my grill right now, but you're very cute. I love you. Ty is being sneaky. It's right under the camera. They are in impeccable condition. My dogs are fit as fuck. Diesel is pure muscle. Ty is too, but he's a little older. Ringo is muscle and brute force. Thank you, number one. Did you need your card phone? Ty, you're gonna go in your house for now. House. House. I know Pippi is in your way. House. Come on. House. House. Don't be stubborn. Don't be a non-listener. House. House. Thank you. Like, but I'm on camera. I'm on stage. I don't have to listen. Yes, you do. Yes, I need to put birds on you. Come on. That's fine. I want to organize all my tools post defloofing, and I want to make sure all of my tools are here to defloof. Pippi, you don't need to be in the big dog room right now. Excuse me. Thank you. Sweep real quick and do that. Then we'll have all the brushes that we need. So floopy, Ringo. How are you so floopy? What the fuck kind of dog are you? What are you made of? I have to get behind your crates and like do a full clean tomorrow. I know, I do. Ringo always gets so bent out of shape when I move his crate to clean it. He's not in it for it. He's just like, oh my god, Mom, what are you doing? This is my point of safety. That is my house. What are you doing, lady? He gets very odd about it. It's fine. He did the silly Hoover. I'm amazing. No. There's my job. You need to That's not bag. In the bag. If you guys have seen Zaboomafoo, the closet that the Krat brothers have where everything falls down, we have to go into. I have one of those. I have one of those. They are magical, wonderful babies. Ringo's still a baby. Diesel, you're like a medium large breed, and you're 2. So you're pretty much grown up. Ringo's still a baby. He's only about 1.5 years. Scary. Nope, 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 nope. You can't see and you get into everything. No offense. Blind dog with confidence. Ugh. I'll knock down all the rat stuff in case I ever have a rat again. I still have all the wheels and toys and climbs and all of that. Okay, that wasn't so bad. I organized this closet not long ago, and it's not like perfect, but it's not as bad as it used to be. I'm trying to put Diesel in charge of the camera for a bit. But it's still terrifying. It's just piles of stuff. It just is. Wait, they're the Kratz brothers. Well, they are the Kratz brothers. They have a new show. What is it? Wild Kratz. So there's Kratz Creatures before Zaboomafoo, and now there's Wild Kratz. I love them. Honestly, I am so in love with them. I would marry either of them in a heartbeat. Not based on looks, but just like, you love animals? I love animals. Let's go. I feel like they're some of the purest forms of human out there. I don't even know how I want to start with this. This is one of the brushes we need. I guess start with what's out. This thing is so full of like, not junk, but stuff I don't need anymore that I've kept for years. So I guess kind of junk. And I want to be able to put this back in there. That's upside down. I need to figure out what needs to be sharpened, what needs to be replaced, etc., etc. That's the short of the long. No shit, I have the logo Kratz Creatures. I bet it's adorable. I bet it's so cute. We need this one and then potentially this one for Ringo. Which this one is rusting a little bit too. I wonder if I can just like scrub that off. Like steel wool it. I don't really want to replace this one. Because I don't use it much. It's mostly for like wire coated dogs. Like I like a Wheaton or like a German wire haired pointer. Oh, I forgot it does this. I don't want to use this one on you. I do want to remember to clean that though. My own little organization system out of working in a shop has gotten so like, not messy, but just like if you're not me, you don't understand it over the years. And this is going to be very interesting to put back together. Welcome to Mad Topher. Love it. First animal lover site. Yeah, and I think like I don't remember having a crush on them as a kid, but I think I did. Like probably in the same way that like I had a crush on Simba from The Lion King. Like you just love what you can relate to as a kid. So I think like inner child Serena is like my man's. I want to marry both of them though, which is the problem. Like I don't think they'd be okay with that. Not many people are. This is my cheat sheet. literally just has one page, but I should add some. Thank you for throwing your bone, Ringo. Ringo's going to be throwing his bone now. He's going to do the bone throwing show. I'm going to save this and put extra notebook pages in it if I need it. My cheat sheet. I have it memorized. I just like to double check to make sure. Rumor Street. Oh. You're going to get brushed soon. Hold on. I don't even know if you're going to like that. But we'll find out. Oh, where was my Dremel? I need to find the cord for this, but this is my old Dremel case. No, this is the clipper case. This is my old Dremel case. This is my old Dremel case. Where is the cord for you? We're being very efficient tonight. That means I'm going to be running around. I'm sorry for that. But we're being thorough. I may need to source an alternate cord for this. Unless the cord for this is hiding somewhere in here. If it's not in there. It's the old USB thing, the odd shaped one. Welcome, Smoops. Hope you're having a lovely night so far. Happy Sunday. Happy ZMILF Day. This one should fit and work. Maybe it should. Perks of dating a cam girl. She has every cord you could ever imagine for anything. She is the cord queen. You're blinking green. That means you're charging, right? Oh, it did it, but then it stopped. Okay, now it's charging. Oh no, never mind. This cord is blown. It's like half charging it, but I just realized it's ripped. It's garbage. There's another one. Ah. We're getting our steps in tonight. I know this one is a good one. I have another one that's a good one too. It's longer. But it'd probably be better to have a shorter one, number one, and number two. This one will be more long lasting. I just like to use this one instead of the super long one to charge the feral cat camera. Green. Green means go. Okay. Activate the bed. See, I just slept and they just flew just from motion. Like, oh my god. Makes you an honorary cam boy, yes. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. So choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. This here, and then I guess my clippers can go in the same thing. They kind of suck, but they have like that nail guard thing. I find that annoying, but why not have an alternate tool just in case, right? Will my quick stop fit in there too? Alright, only nails. As long as it will only close, please. Oh, my quick stop might fit. Maybe it'll fit on top. Or is the zipper just broken? No. It will fit on top though, I think. I think. Nail tools! I would love to use Kitty as a practice dog. I really hope I can do that. This goes on my grooming table, and it's like to hold clippers and stuff, and I never found it to be useful or helpful. That's unnecessary. Ringo, you're gonna hold the rejects for me. Thank you. These are my clippers. Really, this box just needs to be empty before I can figure anything else out. This is a bag for lights. I don't know why this is a reject pile. Fabric for bandanas. This is more for like Christmas time, but I'll bring my fabric with. Why not? I think I have some pre-cut. I do. I stay prepared. Believing is half the battle. It sure dang is. I believe. Oh, it could be for like 4th of July too. These are a good idea to bring. Especially if I have time, I could add some blue trim around the edges. You guys are gonna think I'm so girly for this now, and oh, Ringo's even making fun of me. I actually love, well, I love like being creative, doing like dye jobs and little like fun feather extensions, whatever. But I love custom making bows. I have bows that I've bought over the years. But I love making bows and I love making bandanas. That's one of my favorite parts of it. Is like I get to see a dog go home in my creation, and it's lovely. These are old client cards that we don't need to be privy to. Oh, is this my certificate? What is this? Oh, this is a release for a really mad dog. Those are important. Another release for a really mad dog. Random notepads are important. Just because I'm me, not actually in pet grooming. Knew I would have random bows floating around in here. Should make this box look a little more presentable if I can. There we go. That's a reject fabric. That's a reject fabric. Ringo, don't take my fabric. This is junk. I don't need this. I have so many of these. I'm just gonna condense them all. And just take out the pieces that I need, because I only need like 2 attachments. For my skithers. My card. No, Ringo, don't eat that paper. Thank you. Ruby, Ruby, Roo! I think I only have one of these left. The Scooby-Doo bandanas. I had Snoop when I made these. I had Snoop wear one. It was cute. Extra clipper guards. A standalone charger that I like never used, but maybe I'll like to use it now. You never know. For the boys that bring in their hunting dogs, we got some hunting dog fabric. Men are funny when they bring in their dogs. Well, certain kinds of men are funny when they bring in their dogs to get groomed. This is the other comb I wanted to use on Ringo. I remember distinctly there was a client we had years ago when I worked in the shop, not just me. Oh, you're gonna get brushed in a minute. I don't even know if you're gonna tolerate that. We might have to do it outside, but we're gonna try to do it inside. He would bring in his lab, a golden lab, for the Sarge cut, like a buzz cut. So the lab, instead of having a lab coat, would have like a 1/4-inch coat, which is kind of dumb, but also makes sense because it's tinier hairs shedding versus bigger hairs shedding. But in my opinion, it's easier to clean up bigger hairs than little tiny hairs. But he always made me laugh, and he always wanted a bandana and cologne for the dog, but like the most manliest scent. The most masculine scent is how I could put. Don't make him smell like a girl. And he was just funny. It's the only way I can put it. He was just funny. The Sarge cut. Is Stream Connection holding a little bit better? Now that I switched it back to the other thing. More ribbon got unraveled. Oops. Valentine's Day, or it could work for Christmas too. That's backwards. Song kind of slaps. There's not much to it, but it's nice. Wonder why they decided to make the blue stuff raspberry. That's a very good question. That's very like deep and philosophical. I mean, like thinking about it, we have blueberries. So to make it an alternative, like berry flavored with the berry theme, seems kind of like nonsense. But what else could you make blue? Like, does blue banana sound good? No. Does blue pineapple sound good? Kind of, but weird. Does blue orange sound? That's what they should have done. Blue orange. Blue orange is just weird. Blue apple. It doesn't like work with any. I don't know why blue raspberry makes sense, but someone sitting in a meeting somewhere came up with it and said, "You know what? This is the least strange of all of the fruits. Let's go with it." I was like, blue vanilla. I've never heard of blue vanilla. What does that mean? They would call it Smurf ice cream. See, now the flavor makes sense to me that you put it like that. The Smurf would be blue vanilla. Are you gonna play the bone throwing games again, Mr. Ringo? You might. Oh, I only have enough for a couple more bows in this one. I used to just sit with Pippi on my table in between dogs, make bows with her. Oh, this is cute, but it's already tied, so it's gonna be wrinkly. I'll just save this for my guys. We hope you enjoy your purchase. I probably enjoyed it. It was a long time ago. I don't even know what I bought from it. Garbage. That's a scrap. I have like all of my old tools that don't even work anymore, and I want to keep them because I'm insane. Like they work ever so. There's not going to be any battery in this, but like look at the tape this is held together with. It will work for a short period of time. In case mine needs to go on the charger for a few. But like it's kind of pointless. for doggy hair dye. When I dye my hair, I just use my hands and gloves. I use the good tools for those. I had another scissor case. What did I do with it? That way I can put away the ones that are good. And then leave out the ones that need to be sharpened or replaced. When I was broke as fuck, I made Pippi a harness. I couldn't afford a dog harness, and she used to walk so terrible on a collar until she went to training. And I made her an easy walk turnaround harness, thinking that maybe that tool would work for her. Out of, I think this is like a purse strap and a choke collar that I cut 2 sides off of. I had my sewing machine out for it, so it's more heavily stitched, but I made her a harness. Because once upon a time, I was too broke to buy a dog harness. And it turned out well, it just wasn't like the right tool for her. I was pretty impressed that it like actually worked out though. I think those are dryer attachments, but I've never used them and I will never need them. And my dryer is not reliable anymore. My hand dryer is, but my big dryer isn't. And they have dryers there anyway. They have tools that I can use and borrow, like for whatever I need to replace, but I don't like using someone else's stuff. So then if I break it, I'm breaking someone else's stuff. I only want to break my own stuff. Vanilla Italian ice is blue. Is it really? I've only had the lemon Italian ice. What brand? Liddy's? Liddys, I think. That's really good. Found a picture of the blue Italian ice you used to get. His name is literally Blue Vanilla. Oh shit. That's funny. This is some kind of Dremel tool, and I've never known what this is. You guys know what this is? It comes with the Dremel. I think it means that like you use it with that attachment, but I have no idea how this actually works, and I've never had a need for it, so I don't worry about it. But you know, a girl just wonders. She's just curious sometimes. Alright, so which one of these will charge my Moser, and why did I do this with my cords? Are we noticing the theme in my life is my propensity for Tangled? Whether the movie, or my lingerie, or my cords, or anything in between. Oh, good God. Are you the one? There's 3 of them. There's 2 of the skinny ones, and 1 of the thick ones. Goes to a completely different one. Son of a bitch. Thought the dogs would get riled up like this, but they're just sleeping. I'm boring them. I'm presenting them with mom tent of non-tent. Maybe they will be chill for a brush down. So that's probably the other cord for is the other base. I think this one still works. I think I just upgraded my clipper to a different clipper. We'll check. This is my other one. Is the AGC 2-speed, where this one is the Stumping Edge and just Ultra Edge. I think that's just an upgrade. I think this one still works. I think. I'd like to think so. I'm gonna plug it in and try it anyway, so it doesn't need to be perfectly wrapped. Another Moser! They're not actually a Moser, it's a Chromato wall. But when I was in school and like the one of these that was the most common for probably like 30, 40 years was called a Moser, and that's what it was called when I was in school, and now almost every groom I run into, including the two I met the other day, still call it a Moser, which I find funny. Oh, do I have a whole other set of these, or are these missing ones from this? Oh, maybe I just have extras of a couple that I would use a lot. I don't need these Dremel chargers anymore because all those Dremels are dead. Dead Dremels. Those little portable ones just don't last. But I don't want the corded one because the corded one would get wear and tear from the cord whipping around. It would be nonsensical. Oh, that's the replacement blade drive for the Moser. I want that. There should be one more in here unless I used it, which is possible. There's a replacement clipper for it. I have so many of those. I do not know what you are cord for. It's at the bottom of the box, so it's grooming equipment, but I'll pack it back up, but I have no idea what it's for. It's always possible something random Serena got shoved into here, but I don't know. A little clipper cleaner travel toothbrush thing that obviously I don't brush my teeth with. Seems hard to kill a Dremel. Well, when you're doing like 20 sets of dog nails a day, you know, each dog has 4 paws and you're clicking it on and off all the time and constantly putting on the recharger, the battery just eventually stops working for it. And to replace the battery for it is like $10 cheaper, or it was at the time. Now it just plugs in to charge. It doesn't even have a disconnect plug-in battery. So we'll see how long the one I have now lasts. But from recharging it over and over and over and over again, and giving it so much use, like 6 days out of the week, it just craps out. It's not meant for that much use. It's meant for like dad to pick up like once or twice this summer to make like a pretty shape in something. That's really what it's made for. It's not made for dog nails, but the ones they make for dog nails are shit. I would not recommend any of them. I wouldn't recommend an owner to use a Dremel at home because it does shave the nail quite quickly, but the ones they make for pets shave the nail so slowly at such a low power that it takes a long time. So even if the dog is good for it, they get impatient. And if they're not good for it, it takes a long time and it's arduous. And I think it kind of like tickles or irritates them, sort of. Like the vibration of it. Some dogs genuinely do prefer the versus the or vice versa, which I find interesting. They have their little preferences. I'm curious how much information like that will be on the client cards. I like making little notes like that. I feel like it just helps the next person so much. Like, why make them take 10 minutes to figure it out when you can just know already? Oh, I think there's just mostly Dremel pieces at the bottom of this. Flipper attachments. I need to get like a picture thing or something so I can organize all of my plastic combs by size. I don't use them much, but I don't know like what size any of these are. I don't even know if they're marked. Oh, they are marked. Okay, so they would be the same as my cheat sheet. Okay, never mind, they're fine. It'll take a minute to pick through them, but instead of buying a brand new goofy thing to organize them with, it's fine. It's fine. Remind you of going to the dentist. Grr, they sure do drill onto there. It's not nice. It's not nice. I should know what attachment, and I do. I just want to like visually confirm. That one. With the brown side, not the tan side. Flipper case. What does ZMILF mean? Well, I'm a MILF who lives in a zoo, and it's Mother's Day. That is what ZMILF means. A MILF who lives in a zoo. None of those. I might not have any extras for this. I might need extras for this. Not the clip is top. These are all junk. I don't even know what that is. Here's one of Pippi's tags. Oh my god! This is my mom's dog's tag. It's Sandy's. Sandy passed away shortly before my mom did. But my mom found her tied to a street lamp, and she was going somewhere for an appointment or something. I don't know. She wasn't pregnant with me yet. It was a few years before me. And when she came back around, she had called a friend of hers who babysat me for a little bit when I was little. And she had her stay with the dog, like, while she was at her appointment. No one came back to claim her, and she was just there, like, no bowls or nothing. So my mom took her home, and that was Sandy. Sandy. She was beautiful. She was like a shepherd golden mix, but like on the small side, like a skinny stature, not like a big hulking thick dog. She was beautiful. That's so cool. I wonder why I put that in there, like for good luck or something. Aw, Sandy. Sandy, Sandy. Oh, these are questions I had from school. What is plucking / finger plucking? Which is kind of, if done absolutely correctly, is not cruel, but if you are not doing it precisely correctly, it is uncomfortable for the dog. But it's usually for like a Cairn Terrier type of breed. What are considered furnishings for left long and shaped, and what is carding? Carding is something else that you would use on like Westies, Cairn Terriers, Schnauzers, like more wiry hair breed dogs. German wire-haired corner. There we go. Furnishings would be like the little floofles at the end of like a golden butt. The other questions: why remove or keep whiskers? Because with cats you shouldn't like cut them off, but with dogs you shave them off like perfectly, which is weird. Difference between feathering and furnishings. What's a cowlick line in reference to chest? And Pippi has a cowlick line. It just means you kind of have to like shave backwards in one particular spot, and then it cuts everything even though going backwards takes it like a double the amount of hair off. But because of the cowlick, it sticks out more than everything else. Sandy makes you think of Grease. That's exactly what she was named after. Look at me, I'm Sandra Dean. Hey, look at me, I'm Sandy. This one is like half used, but still correct. That's fine, we can keep that. This one is new. I don't need any of these other tools. I've kept them over the years of like if I need them for personal projects, but I have a brand new box of them from my most recent Dremel purchase. So I don't need them. It's all just spare parts that have been sitting in a box for 1,000 years. My everyday, like, usual use stuff has been out for forever. This is all, literally, I've not gone to the bottom of this box since school. Which is nuts. I've shoved things in it, but, like, yeah, like feathering. The little floofles on the back. This is a key, which I don't know what it would be a key to. I don't know. Probably don't throw it away. Probably don't need it, but probably don't throw it away. There's another new one. Score! And another new one. Score! I didn't think I had any more rough fits. Like of the right texture. The dark brown ones, not the light brown ones. Those are too rough. It's empty now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Welcome, William. I hope Sunday's been kind to you. Happy ZMILF Day. Woo. Okay, now how the fuck does this get organized? Oh god. We're all going down here. Do I still not? I think I don't have a number 5. Where is the numbers on you? There's 1/8. No, I don't have the smaller ones. I'm missing a number 5 guard comb. That I need to replace. I should write this down. I obviously have paper in here, but not a pen. Bring it back. Remember, just a note. I feel like I'll need a bigger list than a smaller list. It's the key to your heart. Well, dang, that's where I put it. Excuse me. Had that for a long time then. At least like 10 years. Jeez. No, more like 13 years. Again, I haven't gotten to the bottom of this box since school. That one is 1/8 cut. Okay. My handwriting is not nice tonight. It looks very boyish. No offense to you guys. Some of you guys have really nice handwriting, but still. I don't know if this is even like the top for those, but these backwards. This is not the right comb. This should be number 1. Number 1 is 1/2 inch. This should be a 0, 5/8. Three-eighths. Number 2. Okay, maybe now it'll close. It covers it good enough. Covers it good enough. Thought you lost it, but now it's found. Imagine that. Yeah, that's what they say. As soon as you stop looking, that's when you find what you're looking for. Yes. This one I just gave up on and completely changed. I think I was doing Pippi's nails and I got hair wrapped all around it. And I just gave up and changed the mechanism because I wasn't untangling that shit. Excuse you, Ringo. Excuse you. You chewing your bone too hard? That's funny. Ah, balance. Where would I have put the box for the new Dremel pieces? Kitchen? I just considered the error in my ways. Okay, I'm a liar. I don't actually know where that box is, but I can just empty out one of these and use that. And some way I'll find another box. But at this point, it's not necessarily necessary. Scrub brush. Don't need those. You are just fun little extras, aren't you? And none of you are the one that I was missing. Why? Why? Let's see if it still works. I'm gonna still connect those. It's probably the newest one. Don't get stuck in that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Let's see if any of my old ones still work. I know they don't work well, like long term, but if they have a little juice to them, because things always die, like right as you're finishing what you're doing. This one might not take a charge anymore. Maybe it's trying. Ah! She still works. Ringo's looking at me like, do I have to do that? No, you're good. Okay, that one still works. This is the second oldest. Let's do a second to get your life together. The newest. This one still works. And then, do you work? And I don't really ever think I use the stand. Yes. But it's not bad, and maybe I will want to use it. It's not bad. It's gonna go over. We know this cord works. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Everything that's not new is going in a bag instead of stacking and then rolling around. There'll just be a bag to go into of, this is the room of requirement. I need this. This is the new cord. This is the one I just unplugged. So that's an old cord. This is, I know the new one works. Test this one. I'm trying to be very, very organized. When I was there, they don't have like a locker set up. Like they just had their stuff like organized in their own manner at their station, like not really on like anything or in anything. I liked having like a locker kind of situation. This still worked. So I'm really gonna need to be organized to be able to get to everything that I need coherently, cohesively. Leave that one out. This is the newest one. I don't think I want that standing like that, but we'll see. We shall see. Trying to be as organized as possible. Trying. I know at the end of the day it'll be a mess all over again, but that's fine. Maybe I can bring in like a little stool or something to set all of my stuff that I'm using at any given time for. Because I don't like setting my tools on the table because dogs can step on scissors. That's scary. You don't want that. See if my old clipper still works. I do think it does. I think I just upgraded my clipper. Because that one's fat. It's more juicy. It's more beefed up. This one's basic. I think if I really like it there after about a month, I'm going to try and find manpower to bring my table there. Like, they provide tables, but their tables are not adjustable. And they're just basic. Not talking shit. This one does still work. Not talking shit about them at all, but it's not the greatest. And like when we have really, really, really big dogs come in, I would love for someone else, if they're grooming them, to be able to use a hydraulic table that you can like put down instead of trying to lift like a Saint Bernard onto that kind of table. So otherwise you're lifting it up like as high as Ringo's crate. Like that's a good 3 feet. Whereas my table will go down to like a foot height. So if I really, really like it there, I'm going to move. I'm not going to give them my table, but I'm going to bring my table. And then anyone can use my table. I'd prefer to be the one using my table, but then anyone can use my table. Alright, you are spare parts. You are spare. Flippers go with flippers. Why did I well, because it was wrapped messy. That's why, because we're being perfectionists up in this bitch tonight. And Dana's at the bottom. Should just put those in like a bag. I have a bag for my clipper. I forgot about that. Oops. Dunk. Plunk dunk. I don't think I can fit both of them in here. This one's too fat of a cord. Chonky cord. Scissors. And then I'm gonna put my guard combs in here. Others we're just gonna set there. This is the good cord for that guy. I mean, you're all good cords. I love you all, but this one's the newest. Preferential treatment. My nail clippers. My nail supplies. This is empty. Be gone. I do not know what this is a cord to, and I don't see anything it could possibly plug into, but I'm bringing it anyway because I don't know what it's for. I don't know. I don't know. My extra one of these. They have them, so I don't really need to bring this, but I prefer to. I would prefer to. It's all extra stuff in here. Hair dye. quick stop down here. Yeah, see, like, this blade needs to be replaced. How rusted is that? That's... Which, again, they have equipment I can use. I just would prefer to use my equipment. Oh, this is the new... No, this is the original. This is the old one of this. I have 2 of these. I don't even care if this works. Not my circus, not my monkeys. These are good. I think my offsets are okay for now, but they're gonna need sharpening in a couple of months. I do want to ask the girl. I couldn't get them sharpened even if I wanted to. I need to ask who is the person for that now. There used to be just one guy that would do it. I also had sharpened my godmother's sister's lawnmower blades. There's the sharpening guy. Oh, I need to reopen them. He's an older gentleman. Ringo, I want to use this brush on you, but I want to get the fluff out of it. And I guess we'll leave this out to get your fluff out of it. Little fluffy man. The Furminator. I would never recommend someone buy one of these, and never use one of these on a cat. It is a very, very, very sharp blade. And it works excellently for de-shedding if you are being very careful in using it properly, but unfortunately some people don't, and is potentially dangerous. Never, ever, ever use it on a cat. Too thin of skin. But these little notches in between the brush blades can catch on skin and rip it. I've seen too many people accidents to not caution that. So if you're not like hand stripping or hand pulling a Karen Terrier, like I was saying earlier, because you know this is all really relevant information that we all care about. You're being very silly and rubbing around. This is what you would use instead. That's a lot more gentle on their coat. Because even when done properly, some dogs just don't like it. My 4 is not in great shape. My 30 is rusted. This 10 is rusted. This 10 is rusting, but can be cleaned. This is extra Kamado parts. Oh, here's my 5, but it's rusted, but it can be cleaned. An extra Kamado parts. This all fit like this. Yes. It's a 15. That's in good shape. Rag. I don't know what you are. I don't think they're important. Earl. My name is Earl. Another brush. A tiny ferminated, or not ferminated, a zoom groom for the kitty kitties. For the kettlebells. This still should be replaced sooner than later, but it would be usable for the time being. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. So choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I have 4 blades out of 7 in good standing. That's okay. Blades aren't very expensive. These are good. I think I have way more scissor cases than I have scissors. Those I use a lot. Actually, I do have a smaller clear case. I use these a lot. My equipment seems to hold up. I'll probably wait until the All-American Grooming Show in August to re-up on stuff. Stuff is a little bit cheaper at the show than it is online generally. Some Earl. So many of those, Jesus Christ. Oh, the ribbon. Probably doesn't all need to be up here. Those are the only 2 likely things for now. Wow, that long ways. I'll brush these together. These get hot, which is why I have so many of them. They're not all necessarily the placement ones. You just don't bring hot blade. So I can switch them out without having to switch courses. This is a replacement part that replaces the blade drive. There was one more of those over here, I think. Yes. I want that. I thought I had 2 replacement blade drives. Other than that one. I was right. GG's. Let's consolidate. This one looks new. Consolidate the efforts. I'm happy. Okay. I think that's how you see how it goes. $10, $15, $5, and a $7, which that's mostly all I would need on the regular. But, oops. Which one looks kind of funny? And this is brushable now. This is all brought to you by me wanting one more comb for Ringo to get brushed out with. Okay. You guys are happy. There's extra quick stop. Is there extra guard combs? Oh, I think this was my school set that I broke other ones from because I have my cheat sheet written on them. Like, it only tells you the length, like 1 inch versus 1 inch is an E comb. This one I wrote E on. Those are my cheater ones. That's my old set. No way. That's cool. Oh my god, there's a Dremel part stuck in that one. Little cheater, pumpkin eater, Serena. I think my boss told me to do that though, honestly. Right now, all of the fuck of these. I'm not bringing all of these, I'm just matching friend to friend, and I only need 1 set of them because I almost never use them. I've used these plastic drives on my hair, like for an undercut, more than I've ever used them on a dog. You just get a much better, precise cut with the metal guard combs. Number 2. Number 4. Number 1. Should go up to 6. Number 3. Number 5. Oh, that's another number 4. Number 5. Number 6. What the hell are you? Number 8. That's expensive. Number 6. Number 1. Number 2. Number 2. There's got to be at least 3 of these, if not 4. Number 4. Number 1. Number 4. How do I have 5 4s? Go fish. Number 1. Number 3. Number 3. That's impressive. 2, 3, 4, 6, 8. And that's how you count. Doesn't eye exams do that? Look at number 1, look at number 2. Yes! And then I get tripped up. I double thought it when I went to get my eyes checked of like, what? I don't know. Show me the other one again. Show me number 1 again. Show me number 2 again. That's extensive. We're almost done. Gotta pack up the scissors, and I don't think I'll have space for these in here. I'll probably just end up putting them in like a baggie. They don't need to be, there's not so much of them that they need to be in that giant box. I don't know if they use this or not, but I like having that. That's good stuff. Actually, I might want to save this for diesel. I've been passively looking for this for diesel in the house when I've thought about it, and I couldn't find it. Diesel has the allergies. Then he licks his feet raw. Really use my curves. I feel like these need sharpening. They feel not very sharp at the end. I don't really like using this much though anyway. It should be okay. Oh, I was gonna write down blades and long sharps. Mark that as soon, and the 5, because I found it, mark that as soon. And what clippers am I smishing? What yucky. I like having 2 number 10s. Need. And what was the other one? My 4 FC. I just don't like breaking other people's stuff. Heaven forbid. I think it's a 30. Yes. Which the 30 and the 10 I don't need because I can use those with my Moser, but if you have to do like a full on like shaving a sheet mat down, shave down, it's a lot nicer to do with the big clipper than the smaller one. You guys are just getting all the behind the scenes intel here tonight. But you never asked for it, but are getting. These are good. And my short curves, these need to be sharpened. I am sure that, yes. They feel looser when they need to be sharp. They feel looser, but they like lock up a little bit, if that makes sense, when they need to be sharpened. Short curves, sharpen soon. I can just use my big curves. They're a little more okay than these. And we'll see. A lot of shops like tend to have a theme of the kind of haircuts that they do, either like they're all show cuts or they're all shave downs or they're all like really big dogs, like a whole bunch of doodles, and like you rarely see anything other than a doodle. God, there's another one. There's another one. It's number 8. So I'm curious what the theme here is. So far I'm seeing only small dogs that are a little sassy badassy. Which one of the girls mentioned, like, that's probably because they live, or not they live, the shop is kind of surrounded by apartment buildings, so it makes sense that people would have smaller dogs. My hemostats, they still lock. Oh yeah, baby. Pull some ear hair with these bitches. Or ticks. I hope someone there will deal with fleas better, or will deal with ticks better than fleas, because I will any given day deal with a flea dog or cat over a tick dog or cat. I know ticks are less to deal with, but oh my god, I can deal with the discomfort of being around fleas. I really struggle to deal with the discomfort of being around ticks. There's another one. Is this one bad? Oh no, my 7 knot show blade is okay. Okay, good stuff. I like having 2 7s. That makes me happy. Because I forgot to write down to get another 7. My notepads. I feel like I'm speaking in tongues tonight. My 7! My 7FC! This is laundry. This is my cheat sheet. The top might not fit again anymore. I always struggle to fit the top back down, and it I want my cheat sheet. I think that's everything, except for the bows. But the bows I'm just gonna put into a bag at some point. They're so cute. I like making them more, but around like Christmas or holidays, it's so busy that you don't have time to fuck around and make bows unless you bring it home as homework. And you know me, I'm a tired girly. They're gonna close. Almost. Here's one side. Close. Brute force. Okay. I know what I need. And clean up all this sideways shit. And I'm gonna try and brush out the dojis. Yeah. Eve should be okay until like 1-ish, and then I gotta give her her meds. So I forgot we're bumping everything forward too. I don't know how either of them are gonna behave for this, and if they're too crazy, I'm just gonna give up. I'm not gonna lie. We'll see. We've never tried it before, so why not? Oh, there's another 30. Dang it. I'm not gonna do that all over again. Yay! Did I write that down as a need or a soon? Need soon. Feel like having two. Oh, that's so good. That's so much stuff. Oh my god, trip down memory lane. It's wild. Wild. Nice to have it all organized again. Not that it like ever stressed me out in the background, but cool beans. Cool beans. So good. So good. No more Craftsman box for the grooming gear. Oh, I'll have to bring like a little backpack or something. I brought out my aprons. I was wrong. I have one smock and 2 aprons. They're just basic. Basic bitches. Oh, brute force. Brute force. Oh, this is heavy. Where am I gonna put this? It's over here for the time being. What's gonna go? Fuck. Well, maybe I can show it back here. Look, put behind the couch. No, I didn't put that. That's fine. It's fine. I don't want to put it like away because it's gonna go out in the car sooner than later. Rag. Bows. Box. When I need to go fishing in it for an obnoxious amount of plastic flipper guards. And bag. And that can all just be my mess for another day up there because it's not for right now, Serena. Alright, Ringo, all I do ask is that you do not play the mouthy game. Ringo doesn't bite, he just chews on me. But he's been doing it extra lately. He calmed down about it really good for a while, but now he's been doing it extra lately because he's going through a teen rebel phase. I don't really know what I have to say about that one. We're not proud of it. We're just getting through it. Hello, son. You wanna hop on out? Hello. The big bear. You the big bear. You guys hold the crate door. Oh, thank you for smooches. Thank you for smooches. We need to test you so that we can confirm that I can have your smooches. Hi. Well, you can't climb on me. You'll knock me over. You loosen it up with the Zoom groom for a minute. I don't know how he's going to react to it. He'll either love it or be a captain and say no. Oh, I think we're loving it. Here we go. Can I move the tripod up without getting loved on the most-ish? He's so loving, and I love that for him, but he's so loving. He's just so big. He's got so much love to give, but I'm so small. So, like, what do? That's my butt. Just lick my butt. How does it make you feel? No. No nibblies. No nibblies. Gotta do the dishetties. Oh, the smooch is for Ringo when we're 100% confirmed that he doesn't have Giardia anymore. Because I don't want Giardia. That does not sound like a good time. That happy butt. Get all that flu. He's turning us into a game. Take it down a notch. Take it down a notch. Here, why don't you get your bone? There you go. That's a good boy. I should get a lick mat for the dogs. That would be so good. helping me out with the grooming process there, bucko. That's my arm. Don't chew on my arm. Oh, you're such a goober. I love you. You're such a goober. You gotta be careful kneeling next to Ringo because he'll take you out. He'll take you out. Take you out to the ball game. If he does that, he'll go under you and flip you up. Or at least he'll go under me and flip me up. Okay, take a break. Take a break. I don't want scratches. I don't want scratches. That's your hair. That's not a toy, that's your hair. Oh, let's do this. I forgot about this. Ringo's more motivated by play than food, so this might not work. The squeeze Kong. Which for that you must be strong. Go faster. Okay, squeeze Kong. Distraction is the mother of grooming. I love Ringo's one little white spot over here. It's the same place that Tank has a bald spot. And it's like, oh, street buddies. Street buddies. Not really, but close enough. Hi, Ty. That's Ringo, but. Hi. Did you finish that already? You've never had this brush before. You've only had the Zoom Groom. I don't know how you're going to feel about it. Get all that hair. So much. Does that one feel funny? Don't flip me over. You got a thick neck, boy. Hold on, big bear. Nope. You don't want to bite that one. It's spiky, see? Ow. Yeah, porcupine mouth. Homeward bound chance. That's not a good choice. You are such a goober. Let me get the rest of your butt. I just want to get your butt. Can I just get your butt? Okay, it's spiky though. Oh, not for Ringo's. It does look like Cheese Whiz. I wish it was as easy to get out of the container as Cheese Whiz though. This is not a toy, you dingus. Get the hair out of this. Hair out of this. We're gonna have to do this multiple times because he's slowly blowing coat. Like not tonight, but over the next couple weeks. It's a puppy. It's a puppy, Ringo. Easy. You've never felt this one either. It's different. I feel like we're squeegeeing the Ringo. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, that works too. That's good boy. No, you don't need to lick your dick right now. Sorry to disappoint. I'm not gonna lick it for you. Nasty. You're so weird and I love you. Are you my little Disney prince? You're gonna knock me over you. Nope. Ringo, sit. Where are you? Where? Sit. Good boy. Wait. Oh, good boy. Thank you for paw. I'm not a chew toy though. It just makes me need trouble face, Mom. I guess that's raking your butt. Okay. That should keep you from blowing the fuck out over the next few days. Easy. It's okay, Mr. Calm. You're just being a really dapper boy. Nope. Thank you. No. Thank you. Can I see your other side? I say your older sword? Come here. Sit. Good boy. Wait. No. Good boy. He's such a good dog. He's still a baby. I gotta get the other side of your butt. Ringo. I want the other side of your butt. Roll over. You don't know how to roll over. You roll it in all the spare fluff. No, Diesel turn. House. You get a sweep. You get a sweep. House. Thank you. Snacky. Snacky, good boy. Do you have any more bee snacks, best boy? I think you ate them all. There's like half of one. Maybe. Oh, that's some jerky. Jerky, turkey. Good boy. Where's your bone? Not that you don't have enough bones, but now Diesel is going to be the really interesting one. He's not going to chew on me. He's just going to be insane. He absolutely still has the puppy energy. He's still a puppy, though. He's only about a year and a half. For his breed, whatever it is, just being a large-ass dog. He's not going to be fully mature until he's about 3. Diesel is almost fully mature. He's about 2. A little over 2. I think. Or maybe your birthday is in May. I don't remember. Because we predicted he was like 8 or 9 months, I think, in like January. When he first got here. The Ringo is very much, he's a distinguished good boy gentleman, but he is still a puppy. He's back in this teen rebel phase of chewing on my arms. I love that for us. He's much more gentle about it than he used to be, though. He used to, like, really give me, like, that little puppy nibble where they're like, and it doesn't feel good. But now he just open mouth, like, He just gums at you. He gives you a gummy. Maybe not the gummy that you had mentioned, though. All right, Mr. Diesel. I have no idea how this is going to go with you. You're either going to be a perfect gentleman or an absolute ass clown. I have no idea which. Coffee. We need coffee for this. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It is a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking time to be here tonight. Diesel will either be best boy or dumbass. Let me grab this tucker. Diesel has 2 modes as house dog. Perfect gentleman, or I'm gonna zoom around the house like I'm a cat and eat everything in sight. You get 2 options with Diesel. I love you. You're gonna be a good boy. Do you see the good boy clicker? Yes. Okay, be a gentleman. The other 2 are gonna get hyped because Deese is out, and Deese is just big energy. No, get your face the fuck out of the other food. That is not for you. No, Diesel, come here. Nope. 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 Don't go back in your house. Come here. Sit. Down. Good boy. He listens. He just will zoom whatever he wants. Right now he needs to lick my boob. Okay. Diesel, you're gonna shed so much. Diesel has a crazy amount of hair. I swear to God, he has to be licked with the shepherd. Sit. No. That's my space. Don't touch me there. That's my no-no square. This is why it would be better to do it outside. Diesel, Diesel, Diesel! Your butthole, that's his. I didn't realize. The little snake. You little sneaky snake. You have your own. Stop. I'll take yours. I think if I give it to you, you'll just take it back in your house, though. No! Sit! Diesel, not everything means house. Sit. Sit. Thank you. Thank you. Stay. Stay. Stay with it. Just stay with the moment. Just stay with the moment. Live in the moment. Breathe in the moment. Just stay in the moment. Oh, you're such a good boy. You say, okay, now this side. Needs to be even, huh? Yeah. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. You touch his nosies, brother. Yes. Nope. Sit. 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 You're fluffing up a storm. Having Diesel is like having a fan on. Sit. Sit. Oh, thank you. You're such a gentleman. You're such a gentleman. I gotta get the excess hair off. Okay, sniff it, but it's a porcupine. Sit. 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 Good boy. You gotta get like military mode with Diesel. Sit. Stand. 10 foot. You're a good boy. Oh, don't shake it off. Sit. Good boy. Oh, no. Diesel is the same as Chauncey was in the sense of like, if you give him a second to think for himself, he'll make choices. But Diesel just makes stupid, silly choices where Chauncey would have like bit someone. So, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Come here. I gotta get your butt. Look at all that floof. That's all your floof. That's all your floof. I stole it. I stole it. Let me get your fluffy butt. Good boy. Aw, he gentleman. Oh, and Ringo jealous. He just got brushed. Wait. Sit. I know you really like this one. It's a good one. Boobies. Okay. Chin. Okay. You have so much hair, Diesel. I meant to take my hoodie off for this because, oh geez. We're gonna be fluffy tonight. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. I don't dare release the beast, and I left you guys over there, so I can't see chat. FYI. It's too far away. I left you guys in the distance. Wait. 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 We're almost done. We don't use the rake on you because you have a shorter coat than Ringo. Ringo has a thick ass coat because he's a bear. He's not a horse anymore. He's a bear. I know, this brush feels different. It does. It doesn't hurt. It just feels different. It's a brush and not a massaging. You get the I gotta get the base of your tail. No, Diesel, get your face over here. Or get your butt over here, rather. Okay, that'll do us for a couple days. That'll do us for a couple days. I'm proud of you. Shake it out so I can sweep it up. What are you looking for? Okay. And get your Kong with the good stuff. Ugh. You're so silly, Dees. Spray Kong. He's licking his lips. He knows what he's getting. Him hype. He's like, yes, this is for me right now, please. Good boy. You're such a little gremlin. He just came out and then just went back into his hidey hole. Weirdo. Weirdo. I don't think Ty needs any brushing, but I want to sleep up really quick first and just give him a go with the Zoom groom and see. Really doesn't shed much though. I love that tools can be used for tools. These need to go into the box too at some point. How they will fit, I don't know. It might need to include like a canvas bag or something. My kit. Probably end up reorganizing it a couple times anyway, but it's so nice to have everything like just make sense in the box again. Thank you guys for trooping through that with me. Our little educational hour. OMG. Should check what my phone battery is at as well. Through Ty, we just gotta bop in with Peebs right quick. We should be good. That should be good. So I went for Diesel, put some on him before bed. It's my list. Hello, Tyra. Tiger Woods. It's my birthday. How do you feel about the Zoom room, huh? He's like, look at me. I don't shed though. You really don't. You have like no shedding about you. Come here. Hi. You don't really know what's happening with this, do you? Come here, son. Hi. I do have a little bit of baby hair. Does it feel good? Are you doing the rumble tumbles? Oh, he's finally doing the cat roll-ups, like the first time I met him, where he's like arching his back. It's a little bit of hair. You have such a powerful tail. Come on. You think this is just lovey. You're funny. Hi. Oh, hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hi. Thank you for paw. Can you show me sit? Can you sit for me for a moment? Hi. I don't have a treat, but can you sit? No, no uppies. Sit. 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 Oh, thank you for kisses. He tries to avoid listening by like being extra cute. He must have been very, very spoiled in his past life. Yeah, sniff that. Be interested in that. Sniff the china cabinet. Fascinating. Really only has like excess hair by the base of his tail. That's interesting. Hello, little butt. Hello, little big dog. You have the funniest little short hairs. It looks like on my lap right now with all the short hairs. Like I just did an actual human man's hair. Just a trim. Reminds me of like shaving the nape of my dad's neck. Just a little floof. You have the funniest short hairs. Oh my god. You have a Sarge cut. Without even having a haircut. I don't have like anything coming out of it. It's a booty. I love the Zoom groom because you really can't overbrush with it. At least with dogs. With a cat, you can actually Zoom groom them naked. You went at it for like hours. Come here. It's such a great tool for dogs. Hi. Thank you. I feel like you can see the age and maturity difference between him and those two. But I feel like Ringo acts a little bit more mature than Diesel. Although Diesel listens to the pause in life a little better. Is there a bone under there? No, there's nothing under there. Just snuffling. Oh, that feel good. Oh, that feel good. Oh, that feel good. Oh, that feel good. It feel good. It feel good. It feel good. Yes. Yes. He's getting a little puppy massage. You're so small, but you're so big, but you're so small, but you're so big. I guess him and Diesel are probably about the same in height. You're just skinny mini. But you weigh like as much as Diesel. I think it makes sense. You got some dandruff, son. You got some dry skin. You need conditioner. You'll have to keep an eye on that. You're such a good boy. All right, baby son. You gotta give Peeps her nuts. Time. It is time. It is time. I love you. I love you. You're such a snuggle buggle. I can't wait till I can trust you 100% with the cat. Can you let me get up? Thank you. I'm silly. These slippers are so jank. They're just my dog room shoes. The dog room shoes. What am I looking for? Oh, a cookie for you. So I got these little cookie. No, I just gave him a snack. You got a heart. They're cute. Little heart-shaped cookies. And Pippi gets one too because she was so patient. House. House. You're stubborn tonight. House. House. Thank you. Sit. Good boy. There you go. One for Pippi. Where is the bloom? This needs to go in. I have a brand new one of these. I can pack that one. You have such short hair, Ty. That was so weird. It's been a long time since I Zoom groomed like that. It was like people hair. It was weird. The thickness of the dog goes down, and then the amount of hair to sweep up goes down as well. Started with Biggie, went with medium, and then finished with hypothetical smalls. I guess we started with smalls, but Pippi's like extra small comparatively. Boom, baby. Let's shove my coffee in the kitchen for a minute. I'm gonna want to make more in a little bit. Oh, you don't have to stay in your house. You're free from sorry. Oh, Dirk. Oh, Dirk. I didn't think about it. Not give considerations to the timing of the evening. They're such good puppies. My best boys. My best boys. Tie your toys over here. You see, you can grab it with my foot. Here. Tie. Tie. Take it. Feet content we've all been asking for. Clearly. Little Miss Peebs. Hello, Monkey Butters. She is right and at the ready. Hello. Hello, Miss Lady Man. Oh, what hast thou done? What did you do? Did you do a thing? No. You just moved blanket. No, you did do a thing. Peebs. It's okay. That's life. It happens to the best of us. Toss this into laundry. You can put the rest of your laundry in the dryer before bed, Peebs. Bang, bang, zoom. Bang, bang, zoom. You're silly. You are silly. How do words make sense? Aw, little couch potato. Couch potato, couch potato. She says, Club Coach, love on me. Love me. And put my other sock on and fix your little bed spot, girly. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, mama, indeed. I'd be right there. I'd really, truly be right there. I'm not joking. I feel serious. I feel serious. I'm on my way. I just gotta put a new thing down. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Found some cheap plastic covers, like not like furniture covers, but they're like twin bed protectors that I think will work as waterproof. And I'm gonna put over all of the furniture in here because I'm sick of wasting potty pads. Hi, baby girl. We missed you, Miss Peebs. How are you doing tonight? Do I smell like doggers? Do I smell like doggers? Oh my goodness. She stepped on you guys. How rude. How disrespectful. Goodness golly. Goodness golly, Peebaroo. You are such a silly boobaroo. You're such a sweet little mama. You ate good today. I gotta fill up your food a little bit. It's like, let me be free. Okay, you are free. You are now free to move around the couch then. Ow! Little curly noodle. Little curly noodle. She's so cozy. She makes me want to sleep. She's so cozy. She's finally been little spooning with me. I have to sleep on my side with her. She doesn't like if I sleep on my back. She wants to sleep little baby spoon. You little stinker banker. You're so funny. Now you're gonna be a foot girl. Can't move around too. Goofy goose. What's he doing? Going places in life. We gotta do your meds though, girlfriend. Should have done those first. You gonna hop back up for couch time? You check out the tripod first. It smells like dogs. Yes. Hello, Booples. Oh, thank you. Where? Blue kitty elevator. You ready? You ready, Freddy? Okay. Ready? 1, 2. Let's get the do. Oh, almost. You gotta lick your cheek. You gotta lick your cheek. A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. Okay. Good enough. It's good enough. Close enough. It was not the most smooth of deliveries. Sorry, Phoebes. Usually we're a bit more concise about that one. She's grumpy with me now. She said, Mom, why'd you do that? Why? Why? Because I love you, Phoebe. You'll be okay, girlfriend. She's a silly goose. She's a very silly goose. She's sulking behind the chair. She is mad at me. Oh my goodness. Let me tidy up for you for a little bit. And then we'll play some games. She's running around like she's on a little sissness and she is mad at me. I'm sorry, BB. Forgive me. I love you. I'm not doing it to be mean. It's not good. You silly goose and gooberoni. It's medicine. She says no. Fuck you. Fuck your couch. I'm over this. Now it's bath time. Oh, Kibaru. Enjoy your, what did I put on for you? Magic school bus. Enjoy your magic school bus, my child. I love you. I love you. You sweet lady. Sweet lady, ma'am. You guys are all good. Yes. Okay. All the doggies are tidy. Yay. At least the big dogs are for a couple days until they blow even more coat. 'Tis the season. 'Tis the season. Boys made a mess. We'll clean that up and then I'll flip us back over to the main control station. You guys don't look like you moved at all, but you made a mess. Goobers. I think Zeke was on the bed before. Now he's on the footstool situation. You silly goober boys. Like you did good stuff. I'm proud of you. Yay! Yay! Good boy. The cutest and the sweetest. The cutest and the sweetest. Zeke with the most beautiful eyes. Golden eyes. Hello, handsome man. Is the light too bright for you? I'm sorry. Probably. It's like I was meant for the background. I'm not here for the spotlight. Hello, sweet boy. Oh, Gunther, I was coming to you. You don't have to get up. Oh, bless you. Okay, we're just sneezy. You stuck? You need your nails done. You need to clip those tomorrow. You're a perfect boy. Aw, Zekers. I love you. He's not big on head smooches unless he comes in for the boops for it. And then he loves it. Zeke is such a good boy. You're such a good boy. I love you. I love you so much. I do. Aw. You're being super lovey-dovey. Hi. My handsome gentleman. You're so cozy vibes, Zeke. Making me leap. Oh, there's too much kisses, Mom. Too much. Too much. Personal space. You can invade mine, but I can't invade yours. That's how it goes. Good man. Mr. Gunther. We love you very much. Yes, we do. You're the good boy, boo. And now you're gonna be a jealous mamoo. Don't put your butt in the camera. No free butt, Zeke. No. Floomp. Gentle. Love you. You're ridiculous. You are a very funny cat. Zeke is such a weird cat. I will never meet a cat as weird as him. He has the strangest mannerisms. He can be so rigid at times, and then other times he's just Play-Doh. He doesn't make any sense. And we love him for that. Oh, I'm sorry, Gunther. You just wanted your own solo nap time. Okay. Zeke, I love you. I love you. You're welcome to come sit up at the desk with us. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You could pimp walk your way on over. Zeke has a pimp walk. It's giving me the look of like ultimate betrayal. Buddy, you exist in multitudes in life. Oh my god, everybody is so fluffy. It's so fluffy. It's so fluffy. Jesus, what is this? Bless you, bless you, bless you. These big schneezels. Big schneezels. Back to the main station. More sneezes. Zeke is a multi-sneezer. He'll have like a bunch of, like a couple of big sneezes and then little baby sneezes. It's very cute. It's very, very cute. Bum bum bum. Screams. That was. Yep. We are accomplished, Club Cult. Bless your soul. Big sneezy snake. Oh my goodness, bless you. Another one. Another one. Goodness golly. Goodness golly, Miss Molly. Take a quick tinky break. And then let's play. Let's see how we feel come 3 for Oh. Oh. Come through whether we eep or tourney. Maybe just watch a little bit of it. I had to add more pictures to the cuddle clone thing for Voya, but the link expired for it in like less than 24 hours, which was just ridiculous. Like, why? That makes no sense. So I emailed them, and Sport got back to me, and then I sent them over, and then I thought there was like an update because that's what the email line said. But no, it was just radar support experience. Welcome, Fernie. I hope you're having a lovely weekend so far. We are Fluffy from Doge Stuff. My goodness. We are Floof. Floof. I also haven't straightened my hair. I just washed it today. I really am amazed at the difference between blue and purple shampoo. It really, like, it took my brass out, but it made it darker than the purple did. The purple definitely lightened it. I will be right back, and then we are jumping in. Sith timeline. Eventually we'll go back to Jedi, but right now I'm really liking the Sith timeline. Oh, I'm gonna make a little bit more coffee too. Good job, Gunther. I switched Gunther to the microchip feeder. So I don't have to do an ice swap every day because that's kind of time consuming, and I switched his food recently too. So I think it'll work best that way, I'm thinking. We're trying it. We'll see. Better to try it now and figure it out than last minute. How does this get turned all the way through? Pardon? Solutioned. Problem solved. Mostly. As solved as it'll get for the moment. I do believe tomorrow we'll be doing our cosplay night, which I'm excited about. I think we're gonna use some recent character inspiration. If you know, you know. Put me back in, coach. I don't remember what happened or where we were or what we were doing, but I know I have a tab open somewhere to do something with something. I have to get in the building and then there should be a code thing on the side of the door that I missed. I think. Are you genuinely asking, the Mad Topher? Or are you making fun of my Sith questioning strategies? Spinny fire! Spinny fire! Spinny fire! Oh, for the cosplay. Forgot I said other things. I was looking for green-haired characters on our Sith night, and I came across who? A character from Fairy Tail. I have a bikini that would work for that. I don't have a red vest, but I can figure something out. Finagling wise, I have a gold skirt. I think it'll all go together well. It's probably like the best visual representation. How to make bigger. Boop. Sneaky preview. It's from an anime that I like. This way. I think it'll be cute. I don't know. Sometimes I get last minute inspiration though. So I might wake up in the morning and decide, no, I want to be this character instead. That's always possible. Don't hold me to my word for it. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to see the bottom words. I gotta hide my stupid taskbar. That's my settings. There you go. Okay. Thought there was something else in there to give to her. Oh. You lack the skill to use that. God damn you. But just but. Do not approve. Why do I got my camera sideways? There's no way we're gonna avoid you. Or you, apparently. That would be the wrong key, Serena. Good job. Up there, too? Goodness golly, Miss Molly's. Spinny fire. I'm over it. That's as far as I can go out. I do believe this way. By all of that drama. Stuffing things, stuffing things. To the estate. I feel like I remember it being around the corner. That sure looks like an open place to go. Oh, perhaps. No. Okay, got it. Can I not defeat a droid with fire? I guess I did. Aha. I feel like it would make sense to make them fireproof, though. And there's a serious design flaw there. It's busy again in here tonight. Jeez. What's everyone doing? Alright, let's not jump and die again. That was an oopsie. We're gonna wait for the elevator. Because that was unfortunate. That was quite unfortunate indeed. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do do do. This should have been easy peasy lemon squeezy, and it was not. So let's figure out how it needs to be. We shouldn't have what we need. I think I just didn't see a panel. I was on the path to that last night, and then Gunther started doing weird stuff, and I hit the panic button and the offline button because I needed to stare at him instead of a screen. Should be something on the wall over here. That How would you even see that? Usually the at least gives like a sheen of the glow. It's annoying when it pops up, but like I don't know if I'll ever need that information.
But you can't.
What do you
I don't
want
want to tell it to perma go away.
Those were my daughter's access codes you used. Whatever you've done to her, I'll have my revenge.
There's no need for that. Calm down. Yes, calm down.
Fine. Imperial intelligence doesn't leave people fine. You people took away my wife, stole her from my house one night, and never told me what happened.
Oops.
My only daughter grew up to be worthless.
Fuck you,
and now
bitch.
You've taken her from me too.
Just kidding. Maybe, I don't know.
Your kind.
True enough, idiot, or it's okay, don't get upset is the Jedi's choice. Let's go with true enough.
You've got me there.
I swear you'll pay.
Well, ain't you a stinker? Jump over. Get around the thing, whatever you're doing. Fire! Fire just fixes everything, right? Don't die, Serena. Stop dying. Stop dying. Stop dying. Fire! I don't feel like that should have worked. Oh, there'd still be trouble. Okay. We good now? I think so. Do I pull the lever? Looks like there's a lever over there. What is it you want me to interact with? No. It's right there, whatever it is. Come on now. It's not gonna be it. It's not gonna be it. No. That? Oh my. Terrible design flaw. Use your personal holocron.
This is Watcher 2. I'm downloading the contents of Theovor's computers. Looks like blueprints, work he's done for Lord Grathan, and
Oh, Grathan, not
encrypted
Grayson.
files.
Oops.
I should be able to decipher them if I cross-reference with the slave's datapad. Don't like what I'm seeing. There's a timetable, activity convergences, indications of something big. Get back to base as soon as you can.
Please explain.
What do you mean by something big?
Not sure yet. The encryption's good. Good enough that I can't talk and think it through at the same time. I'll see you soon, Agent.
That's relatable.
Watcher 2 out.
Alright, how do we get Ute Brute? What's this way? I think there was troublesome troublers out here. Are we going up? Nope. Oh, yep. Good. Get to it. Get to it. You can do it. Yeah. Did she get up there? Oh, I thought she made it the last second. Stinky. Oh, somehow she teleported through though. GG's. Done for. Oh, this way. For a reason you're so easy to miss. Because most games operate in like either longer hallways or somewhat of a curved shape. It just feels different. Not used to sharp turns. Where the heck are we and where are we going? Return to Keeper. Alright. Back through a fun little forest we go. They're everywhere. No such thing as a safety sidewalk. It's not wizards. Dang. Oh, dang. There was an attempt. Alright, you bouncy booger, sheesh. My golly. That's an interesting way to die. I mean, you chose to go up there, sir. What now? Oh, you were still going. Oops. Whoops. You like impervious to the enemies if you have a fleet vehicle. I wonder how that works. Loot, 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 loot. Even if any did, they probably wouldn't because the way you're asking, it sounds like you're 12. Bruv. Casual, like 6-year timeout. See you when you're 18. Do we need to go up? Did I have this miscalculated? No, that is mountain range. It is a building. Welcome to the lost sector of the evening. Club Cult, we have arrived. You have arrived at your destination. Except we have not, just the general way about it. Anywhere near correct. I've veered off the path somewhere. This is complete backtracking. Can we go the other way out of the whatever this like compound is? Would that be an outer way?
Fools! Their droids were built from our schematics. With our back channels.
Don't know about
Let's
that.
give them a little surprise.
Oh, there's stairs. I think that's probably a better way to go. Isn't a boss fight coming up? No, isn't I'm lost in the forest again. It's a reoccurring theme now. It was just a happening for a while, but it's a reoccurring theme now. Just go completely the wrong way. I run into a mountain or a building. Where do we go? I don't know. Where was I even going? I don't know. Attemptively somewhere. That's not a way. That was a foolish bouncy bounce. Oh, I knew I wasn't gonna sneak past you, but I still tried. Kind of. I was like sneaking by being out in the open. Over it. Over it. Good boy. Okay, now, bitch, what? Trying to roll that way direction, but how? Do we come in and around that side of the castle? How do we even get into the estate? That's probably a good question. Did we pass that? Did we exit from? No, I don't think so.
Gratham's treachery knows no bounds. Admirable, but inconvenient.
That's why I hate parking garages. I get turned around.
The power here.
Silly, stuck goof. I mean, this is theoretically the wrong way, but what if it turns into the right way? You never know. Never fucking know. Are you a road? No, you are a corner of trouble, trouble, trouble. Ooh. Ooh. Cannot see target. Well, look.
Rise and shine.
How did we get into or out of here? Oh my god. You and your goofy ass estate. It's a well-built fortress, I guess. GG's. I'm not gonna be able to jump that. How do I get out of this, though? My god. Or was there a path back there? By the time I'll get there, they'll have respawned. However, I guess they weren't fighting. I thought they were fighting. I was wrong. Swoosh. How did we even get up over there? Was that even the corner I was in? I don't think so. Never mind. Oh, you goobs. No, is that a path? No. There's gotta be a way somewhere. How can there not be? Wait, I think I remember walking by that. Living event area. You mean the fucking estate, hopefully. Oh, I think I already tried this way. Is there something through here that I needed to somehow connect with? Behind, around? I don't think so. There's just a mountain there. Nonsense. Nonsense, I tell you, Club Cult. You're definitely already in this corner. No. Okay, then trust the process this way, perhaps. It's like the end of the fucking map, though. That doesn't make sense. It will. Trust the process. The green spray? It is healing. I thought it was an attack from, like, everyone else at first. Like acid, Doom has my brain trained. But it's healing. Not hurting, thankfully. He's hurting me a little. But I just set him on fire, so like... Real recognizes real. Maybe I need to go through here? I don't fucking know. I don't think so. No. God bless America. Is there a way to be... Whoa, what did I just do? Behind the building? I pressed something and went like 3 windows over. Is there a forking way around you? Probably not, but you never know. Oh my god, get me out of this estate. Please. Please, please, please. Like, my only options of going is the wrong directions. It's not okay. It's not okay. Oh, come on now. You goobs. Did I fly into his estate? Is there like a travel place somewhere? I don't think so. I died and healed and then ran through the woods again. Unlikely. There's not a way. You are here. Get them and then I'm gonna check them out. Maybe I did, like, eventually travel in. I don't think so, though. Man. screaming. Literally fucking that way. However one goes that way. Are you still doing drama? Yes. Okay. That wasn't a helpful view. Low effort Sith Lord tonight. Are you a fucking way? Really like that way? Would this way go that way? I don't know. Nothing. I feel like this is potentially correct, but probably not exactly correct. Pardon. I want to kick this silly little cold situation. I really cannot tell if it's like a cold or a flu. I feel different through different parts of the day. Like I wake up in the morning and I feel like I got my ass kicked. And I'm like, oh dang, it's the flu. But then I get to like the middle of the day and I'm functional-ish. And it's really just like an annoying tickle in my throat. I'm like, oh, it's just a cold. I don't know. I felt so body tired though. I'm still not sleeping good, which sucks. I was so proud of my sleep hack, and now my sleep hack doesn't even work for me anymore. For shame. I feel like he's not taking his lightsaber seriously enough. He's just booping with it. Just booples. And that's an over the hill. I don't think that's right. Hablarg. Hablarg, hablarg, hablarg. Where's was the stairs? I think it was below. Yes. Where do you want me to go? It's not the right way. Never will be. This is insane. There's a road that way, wherever that way is. Do you have to go to uncharted territories? To like skirp around? Is that what it wants me to do? I don't know. Let's find out. Except there is like nothing this way. This is a mess. Watched Mall Shadow Lord on Disney Plus. It was a great show. I have not even heard of that coming out, but I'm behind on the times. I like Darth Maul though. It was creepy. Creepy cool. Good lightsaber battles too. The whole show is CGI. It would be exciting to see it. I don't think any Star Wars like cartoon will beat was it the Clone Wars series that the same animator that did Samurai Jack did? That would be neat to look for. What is it called? Maul Shadow Lord. Would Disney be Jedi or Sith? There's just nothing correct about any of this. Do you want me to exit through the building? No, we've already been this way. We've already tried this. It's all wrong. This is so annoying. Just want to go around. The walls and the mountains are not my friends. Goodness golly. That's not where we need to go. Butts. So much butts. Oh, did you really? You goober. Oh my god. We've already been this way. I think nothing about it is gonna. I don't know. It looks pretty obvious. I don't know how I've missed that. If not. Though it's possible. It's always possible. Actually, it looks kind of newish. I might have missed this the entire time. Oh, well, we found the way. Big angry bad guys. Not bad guys, they're just bad guys. Ah. Look at us, we did so good. Professionals. The wall. Is that just taking me back up and around? Kind of. Yeah, that's kind of a little bit nonsensical. How do I actually want to go? Straight and then Lucy and then curve Ricky and Ricky. There's no straight there. That just takes me back up to... What are my options here? Go cool off. Cold shower time, Midnight Dynamite. Hope you feel more comfy ASAP. Cool down, get some good Z's. Please let this be a way. It was nice to see you tonight. All the smooches for all the bibbies. Oh, well, didn't you just get us into a whole bunch of trouble? The vicious Celine looks like a Komodo dragon. It's kind of cool looking. Oh, fork! I didn't even look. I didn't even realize that was happening. Whoops. Whoops. Welcome, Romeo. Hope this fine ZMILF day has been kind to you. Where's the zone of safety? I don't fucking know. There. I'm gonna go with that. Cheers indeed. to speed up the process. Haha! Is that the way I should be taking? Oh my god. I don't know. Fuck it. Been lost all my life. Really can't get more lost. Just please tell me this curves around at some point, otherwise mistakes were made. Maybe you don't want to jump off of that. Not really sure what happens. Is there a way back up? Oopsies. Whoops. Oh, that's less squishy ground. We get back up over here. Oh, fucking mountain. Wait, maybe this actually is like a viable path. It's possible. I don't know. You look really tough. Uh-oh. Target the damn thing, goofy goober. He angry. Run! Run, Forrest, run! Not into the walls. Oh my god. Oh, I retreated. That's sad. I'm not going after it again. We're just going this way. Oh, poor buddy. I'm sorry. You went after me first, though. Don't do it again. We just went through this. Bruv, we just went through this. He's an interesting fella, he is. Maybe it was the fire that just, like, deterred him in general. I don't think the game would be that sophisticated, but you never know. Never know. There he goes. Oh my goodness. Is this even the way that we're going? I think so. Where's the waterfall? That's not promising. Is there a way up through you? No. I think I got super fucking stuck down here. Oh, this is a place? No. It looked like it would be for a second. Bananas. There's a road somewhere above me. Can I get up? Or supposedly. That bridge, however the fork you get to that bridge. I was probably so close to it when I was uphill too. Biscuits. Oh my god, can we? That'd be so great. Yes. Jump. Jump. For crying out loud. Keep jumping. Just keep jumping. I think, although the bridge looks slightly familiar, which is boggling. We're forever trapped in this corner of the universe. From now on, Club Cult can never leave. Right, this looks slightly different. There's different peoples. Peoples that don't want to kill me. I think it's gonna be okay. I think. We did it. We just had to fall down a few things. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do do do. There's a thunderstorm in the background in the game. I don't think we're supposed to get rain until early next week. I think Tuesday it might rain. Gotta cut the grass again, maybe. Maybe. Just did it Friday. Let's see how it looks tomorrow. We are moving and grooving on this path. It was beautiful. It was worth all the struggle for the easy peasy lemon easy over here. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. There we go. Just grooving along. Just grooving along. You guys be chill, we be chill, everyone chill. At some point we need to be turning.
They're coming straight for the equipment.
Oh, shush.
Protect it while I finish the analysis.
Shh, no thank you. You're on your own. Whatever you think you've got going on there. Why'd you do that?
They're coming straight
Why?
for the equipment. Protect it while I finish the analysis.
Sounds so desperate, like not in an important way, just in an annoying way. Wee. We're going where? This way. Ish. It doesn't feel right, but it looks right. Where is there a something? Medical droid. Traveler. I remember being up and over here, but where for in woo! I can't believe I remember that. You know something sometimes.
Blasted insurgents.
Oh, calm
They
down.
sliced the public terminal system to broadcast traitorous
Your
propaganda.
side quest does not concern me in this moment. And your little feet just booping along. We traveling?
Ready for
Grabbing a
departure.
taxi? I guess so.
Enjoy your stay.
Oomy zoomy zoo. Zoomy zoomy zoo. It's still like, it makes me laugh / bothers me. They're gonna put in all of the time and effort and detail to include me as my own kind of original character. But don't put my NPC in the passenger seat, but she's traveling with me, like... It just seems like a small detail that maybe wouldn't have required so much effort that was missed. Would have been cool. Maybe I wouldn't have even cared if it was there. But I care that it's not. Kind of. It doesn't keep me up at night, but I think about it when we go in the taxi. Bloop, 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 bloop. Don't know if I'll ever need that. I don't want it to say no. This way. Elevator. That we shall wait for, so I don't fucking pancake myself again. Side quest there seemed a little WoW-esque. I like how you can see so many people in the background, like, running to the call of action, too. Like, it happens when you enter the area, but I wonder if you stay in the area, if there's, like, a timed cue of it coming around. Like, you could play that part over and over again. Are you supposed to be an opening door? I guess not that way. What do you mean? What? Elevator, but not? I'm a bit confused, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. As a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Okay, so that was incorrect. Why did that reflect in my mind as correct? Uh-oh. Are we on tired girl hours? Kind of. I was speculating staying up for the tourney tonight, but maybe that's not on the radar. So let's keep it. There you are. I found you.
Watcher 3.
Maybe stay up and watch a little bit of it.
If Lord Jadis
Probably
wishes
not
to
all.
observe, we must accommodate him.
I was gonna slow roll the zoo to their schedule, and then I woke up very ambitious.
Glad you found the time to pay us.
I was like, we can just start on that
Take your
tonight.
place, the briefing
But
starts
I want
now.
to keep slow rolling them. I'm thinking. What
Didn't
briefing?
realise I was
Who?
late.
What? When? Where?
Sorry,
What?
Agent. It's
Why?
been hectic.
Lord Jadis, are you receiving our transmission?
I am. Proceed, Keeper.
Very well. You all know we've been attempting to determine the dissidents' plan of attack. Thanks to recent operations, we have the information we need. Unfortunately, the news is worse than we expected. A major strike is imminent. The dissidents are targeting the ancient power conduits that run beneath the capital.
Imminent?
Just how
Question
soon
everything.
is imminent?
We believe the radicals are already on their way.
Their
Oh,
intention
no.
is to overload the
Oh,
power
no.
grid, causing a cascade failure that would detonate the power relay stations. The resulting explosions would kill hundreds of people, and the blackout would leave us vulnerable to further attacks.
Those
So
chairs are
all access
huge.
points to the power grid under military control?
All but one. The terrorists intend to access the power conduits through the Dark Temple.
Dark
Sorry
Temple?
to interrupt. What's the Dark Temple?
I'll sum up
Question
for those of
everything.
you unfamiliar with the history. The Dark Temple predates Drummond-Cass's colonization. It was sealed by the Sith during the city's construction. When the Dark Council opened it some months back, they found it inhabited by force-driven phenomena. Workers on site began disappearing inside, controlled by unknown entities.
But whereas we saw the Dark Temple as a threat to be contained, the dissidents saw it as an opportunity. The temple rests directly above a key power junction. If the dissidents can push past the, phenomena, they can access the grid.
These dissidents have been planning. They have supplies, maps,
Okay.
and weapons, and they're not counting on making it out alive. This is a suicide
How
round.
dangerous is the
What's the
temple?
likelihood they'll even make it to their goal?
Watcher 2 calculates 40% odds of at least one dissident reaching the target. We have security footage
Oh, I
of
thought
dissidents
that was
heading
gonna
toward the Dark Temple. A full squad of operatives will pursue the...
No,
Nope.
there will be no squad. The Dark Temple is sacred ground and will not be unduly disturbed. My agent will go alone.
Is that
Are you sure
wise?
about this?
I shouldn't question
My
him.
lord,
He's
I
like
strongly urge
Big
you
Daddy
to
head
reconsider.
head
If the
honcho.
dissidents succeed, we...
The spirits of the temple must not be disturbed.
Oops.
Not by terrorists and not by Imperial intelligence. One agent will suffice. My role here is finished. Do as I will, Keeper.
Alrighty then.
Very well. Then the decision is made. You will go to the Dark Temple, stop the radicals from reaching the conduits and detonating their charges.
Let's
Okay.
get this done.
Good woman.
We'll monitor you as long as we can, but the
Good
temple blocks most
woman.
transmissions.
Okay.
So just, good luck, Agent.
Good luck to you
Thanks.
too.
An
Go on, Agent. The Dark
avocado?
Temple is waiting.
Thanks. Okay. Disable the detonators. You are not on any marked roads, Lola. We want to go out that way. That way. Now we're back on the map. We were floating around for a moment there. Goodness golly. Just floating. Where are you going? There. Where are these things you speak of? What's mail? Oh. I forgot. I had to click the one yesterday too. Are we transport?
Ready for departure.
Oh, yes. I don't know why that always surprises me, but it does. We're flying instead of running? What? It's quite the novelty. Excuse me. I feel like she's flying awfully low. You're gonna bump someone in the head. I mean, I kind of can. I can put it overhead, but sideways it just takes me back around. I'm not flying it though. It flies itself. That's why it's getting to where it needs to go. I'm not in charge here. This is an awfully long ride. Oh my goodness. Holy cannoli. Highwalker? That's a funny name. Are you're a person, not an NPC. That's cute. It's witty. It's funny. There's danger everywhere. What the hell are you riding around in, sir? My goodness. Oh, I thought I wasn't supposed to hurt them. I mean, that's kind of unavoidable. They're gonna hurt me. No, you don't climb mountains, Serena. Not a spider monkey Jedi. You're Sith. Whee! We go up that way. Why are you gonna go over here? Why? What is the logic here? I interrupted their lunch break, maybe. Looks like a path. How do we get to you? It's a very pathy path. That's the defining Sith characteristic or quality. Interrupting lunch breaks. Fair, honestly. It's sacred time. Personal time. Poor guy's hallucinating. He's getting shot at. He's gonna have a fire spitting bitch in front of him. He's really gonna feel like he's hallucinating. Oh my goodness. The emotes are mescaline. I feel like they still work for the moment though. There's just the universe intervening. This way? Looks like we can go this way or that way, and it doesn't really matter. As long as I go the general direction of the right way, we're good. No more. I don't think I can get around everyone. Maybe I can get around that. Oh, look at you, secret squirrel. Professional. So profesh. I don't think this is a path, but I don't know. You never know. Oh my fucking god. What? Is that a tutorial? Sure. Oh, leave it to me to walk on the broken person stairs. Oh, so sneaky until you're not. Oh, they're just confused. So bad. Poor unfortunate souls. Sneaky, sneak, sneak. Sneak, 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 sneak. Sanctuary. You haven't stopped at a medical droid yet. What happens here?
Only as intended.
Oh. I didn't mean to sell that to him. Mother. I don't know what I'm doing.
Be well.
Oops. Can I use any of the new blasters yet?
Rise and shine.
Some new boots. Some new glovies. Oh, I want these. And those. Oh, thought I took everything. I guess not. Okay, we got some fancy crystals. Where's pants? Which one is pants? Oh, those are 54 or... We had a choice. I like those better. New jacket. Can we use this yet? Don't want those.
All right, make me look good.
I hate managing inventory. Just do. It's not my favorite. Dakadoki artichoke. You can go this way, or you can go that way.
My tomb echoes with the footfall of plunderers. Cleanse
Good
this
for you.
hallowed place, and I will grant you power. Such power.
No, thank you. Oh, you stinker. Stinker. Movie night is always nice. Sure are powerful for being possessed, my goodness. Whee. Sounds like we're like walking through a
My
church.
tomb echoes with the footfall of
Calm
plunderers.
down.
Cleanse this hallowed place,
Calm down.
and I will grant you power. Such
Calm down.
power.
Chill. Can we sneak? No. No sneaks. Jeez Louise. What are you doing, bub? At least all the things are in here. My voice is on its way out. It's out of here. Somewhere in the center? Saboteur, you say? Well then. This, probably. Yes. That one is the third. Can't I just target that? Oh, I thought I could. Dang. Dang. Whee. There's another. Vibro sword. Ooh, fancy. Sounds interesting. Where'd it go? Okay. Cannot equip this item. Why? Requires level 17. I think we're still 16. Dang it! God dang it, Bobby. Oh. What? There's mastermind. Not just a saboteur, he's a mastermind. My goodness. silly tough bastard. More new clothes. We're just shopping tonight. Type. I want it now. Don't you know? Don't you know, Margos?
You with the military? I heard the shots, but I wasn't sure. I can't believe you actually followed us in here. None of us are gonna make it back out, you know that, right?
Where's everyone else? Who, what, when, where, why?
Tell me what's happened.
I'm one of the terrorists, alright. Like everyone you kill. That's why we decided to make a stand. To terrorize. I'm the last one. A dozen of us came into the temple and the rest are dead. Well, gone. Same with you, I guess.
What were you hoping for?
Pull this off. And what did you mean to accomplish?
To show the Empire what it means to fight for freedom. And we still will. You can shoot me now. You can save the power grid, preserve the Imperial lifestyle for a little longer. But there are other cells. They'll keep fighting.
Keep questioning him, Sith, or kill him, Sith. I'm gonna go with keep questioning Sith. Extended torture.
Other planets. This attack was just the tip of the iceberg. There's worse coming.
Yeah.
But that's all you're going to learn. You can't stop me.
I wasn't
You have
sore
to kill me.
yesterday, but I am a bit
Shoot me
sore
now,
today.
Imperial, before the ghosts get into your head.
Okay.
Consider it your last
If you
request.
insist. Ciao. Return to Keeper. Is that just gonna be a long car ride again? I'm guessing. It was far. I don't want to run all the way back that way. Excuse me. We're in a safe spot right now. I don't feel the greatest. I'll be right back. I don't know what my body is thinking, but it's thinking thoughts. I just feel odd. And chilly. Chilly, chilly. It's cold when I leave the lizard lights. Floof, floof. Floof, floof. Start a timer. Watch a little bit of eternity before bed. 10 minutes. That'll be 4 minutes before Falcons start. Oh, of course.
You and me?
You zapped me. It's not nice. Oh, he's the tough guy. Remember. I like our new outfit. Oh, that's too far. Baby, are you okay? It's all matchy, which I appreciate. We got some rainbow ones going on in Neverwinter. And in Wizards. Oops, that's backwards. I appreciate the attention to detail. What? Where do you want me to go? This way. Really hope we're taking transport back. The outpost warden. Okay. Just like popped up on my side out of nowhere. This way? I don't think this way. Flat ground, I think. What's going on with him over there? It's an interesting choice. No, not flat ground. Other F. Know what you are doing over there, sorry. How did I miss this? The world may never know. Need to move the heated blanket back up here from Tank's room. We needed it more with him in the winter, but in summer Serena needs it in here. Well, hello, deranged apprentice. Chased us down. My goodness. There is a path. More pathy path. I think. Looks like it.
The
Sneak,
madness
sneak.
is spreading. The
Oh my
workers
god,
are
calm
compromised.
down.
We must terminate them.
Shh, shh. We, do you have a mouse in your pocket? I use we like as a descriptive concept quite often. I mean, usually I mean me in the zoo. But I've done that all my life. My dad used to always say that to me. We? You got a mouse in your pocket? It's just always made sense to me to say that, though. But I can't unhear it. Fire! I'm supposing this is a way around. Oh god, thank you for not dying, but did you mean to go this way?
Alright,
Maybe. A bit unintentional. I think this way is okay. Over you. More? More? Sheesh. Okay. You good? I don't think so. Wherever this leads us around. Here. There's the guy. Speeder Warden.
Ready for departure.
Period of transport services. It isn't very far go. And we're going back on a speeder? That's funny. I am amused and bemused. Very, very much so. That's very funny. It's loud.
Attention, citizens. A dangerous criminal was last seen in this sector. Civilians are hereby granted access to scanner probe resources to aid in apprehending
He got put on the comm as a prank. I just know I'm not the only one making fun of him. Felt like a way quicker ride back. Maybe that's faster than the other ship. Can we get to the keeper? Far away, actually. Are we? If I go the right way, that is. Not far. Hello, keeper.
We've got wreckage
Well, that
coming down over the
sounds
city. From that height and
not
at that
good.
velocity, the collateral damage alone could cost millions.
If the reactor core was breached, the radiation damage will...
I don't care about the radiation damage, damn it. Get me security footage, communications logs, something we can use.
Shouldn't someone be celebrating our successful return?
All military channels are reporting in. The Dominator has been completely destroyed.
I don't think I'm
We're
going
gonna
to
be
like this.
curt with them
It's good to
about
see.
this.
There was a secondary target. Apparently,
Watcher 2, I still need confirmation. And you, Agent, get ready to move. We need everyone
Load.
operational.
sorry, sir, but there were over 3,000 people on that ship. Half of them civilians.
I'm aware of that. Do your job, Watcher 2. Run the numbers.
Lockdown procedures are in place. All traffic has been grounded.
Initial analysis is done. Cross-checking with the droids.
Getting conflicting reports from the Car City spaceport. Trying to sort it out.
Nothing could have survived that explosion. All sources confirm casualties are 100%.
Then Darth Jadis is dead.
Oh, they started early. What?
How's that possible?
There was an explosion
How is
aboard
that
the Dominator.
possible?
We're not sure about the origin, but it has to be connected to the
They
dissidents.
changed the match time? They must have. Very rarely do they get
Leading the
bumped
special
early.
tour of the Empire. He brought military personnel,
This one
civilians,
dead.
and Sith to his flagship as part of some grand vision. Now they're all dead.
We'll
They
catch
won't
the
get away with
terrorists
this.
responsible.
You can count on it.
Sir, we've got a starship trying to take off. Several dissidents from the watch list are aboard. Military squads are moving to intervene.
You'll blow the ship to pieces. I want the terrorists alive and I want their computer intact. You, Fixer, do we have any SEC-M units available?
What? I don't...
The SEC-Ms, the mouse droids. Find one and bring it back now.
Mouse droids.
Whatever ordeal you
Mouse.
went through in the Dark Temple, your recovery will have to wait. I need you in the field.
I'm ready to
Understood.
go, sir.
One moment.
Okay.
Fixer.
I have the droid here.
Good. Agent, I need you to get to the city cargo port. There's a terrorist ship attempting to take off. Take the mouse droid and deliver it into one of the ship's maintenance conduits. With the droid aboard, we can disable the hyperdrive and download its computer contents.
Let me stow away. I'll handle the terrorists personally.
Personally.
I appreciate the sentiment, but
Oh.
it's too risky. We do this
Okay.
my way. Get going. We need you to plant that mouse droid. Any conduit on the ship's outer hull should do. And when you're back, we have things to discuss.
Okay, Dad. That's just gonna have to wait till tomorrow. Dun 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 dun. I'm tired. No one watched a little before bed. Started early, mother fudgers.
Focus on catwalk. Only BMAS starting
That's
long
okay.
gives it up pretty soon. Falcons are coming in here.
Like, why? Gunther and Zeke are eeping. Cozy boys. Gunther's so smart. He's used to the microchip feeder already.
Okay, Kiyosuke double. While Falcons were spending all this time going about the long take, Kiyosuke is likely just done enough for them to take the round here and now. Afro tucked into the car, will go unaccounted for. A huge double, but in comes Kiyosuke from shore. He doesn't want to hang around, just trying to get away from this MP9, and with so much damage done onto Azuu, he will not be giving this 1v3 a go.
Escape there from Nico. And he might have more when all is said and done. Wow, pulls that gun out, puts it to use in the nick of time. Monty shut down in the first gun round. Falcons clinical.
Decent.
And you're going to get one more buy in this CT side without it. Falcons are running over Monty's map pick of dust too.
Fingers keep feeling like you need to pop lately. They're just not.
Map for Carrigan
Not popping.
but one that the core Falcons were
For a
already
little bit.
apt at playing.
I'm tired.
I mean, Carrigan's had some poor games so far individually.
I've only seen highlights of Falcons with Kerrigan so far.
Lowest rated player of the night coming into
I want to see the
is
real
not one of them.
C's.
So it doesn't get easier.
Probably just finished the first map here. They're supposed to start at 3. They started early. Very rarely does that happen.
Falcons were after Ancient is
Sorry.
underselling it.
Can't plan it all.
This year things have been a little shakier for
Can't
them,
win them
right?
all,
But,
can't plan it all.
Thinking back to 2025, it was insane.
Yeah, they had a double-digit win streak.
Every team that wasn't
So
called
cozy.
bait, basically, no match for Falcons on that map.
Forgot about that.
I mean, it's beneficial on my end,
2025 on Ancient.
whether I stay up super late or just until now, because I'm either transitioning the zoo faster or more slow-paced to their new schedule. Slow-paced is probably best, but tonight would have been like prime example if I had the awakes to stay awake, or a prime time to perfect it. It would just make me super tired tomorrow, but that would be fine.
I think that's quite an off angle, just in the middle of the open, but it's close position, and Tessis is waiting for it. Position revealed.
New schedule indeed.
Rifles running his way. Able to hold the line.
Which I don't quite know what it'll be yet.
This 1-2 punch for Monty.
It's gonna be kind of a take it by ear, or play it by ear.
5v2.
I think I told you guys that I had a grooming consultation on Saturday, which I did, and it went well. But I also kept a secret. I had something else that I did on Saturday. I interviewed for a weekend grooming position at another shop. Like, just make double. I figured I'd just, like, work from home during the week and then work at the shop on the weekend if they hired me. And they hired me that day. And then I was told to plan to come back next Saturday, which, okay, because they're closed today. But then they also said, we'll call you around 6. And I was like, that's kind of weird. Like, are you lying to me now? And, like, you're just going to tell me no later? Welcome, Hell Sparrow. But they have a groomer right now going out on maternity leave at the end of the month. So at the start of June, I'll be full-time grooming. They were impressed by my resume and offered me the position. So then I'll be 9 to 5ing every day but Monday. So I'm thinking I can get the zoo going in the morning by about 6:30. Because it takes, if I go fast but still mindful, about 2 hours. If I walk the dogs and just do a quick walk, like 2.5 hours. Get out of the house by 8:30. And then it's not like they close at 5, like last appointments are at 5, so I might be there until like 7 or 8 some days. Get back home, take care of the zoo, eat, sleep, and then wake up around like midnight, 1, 2, and then start streaming, and then stop stream around like 5 or 6 a.m. and then take care of the zoo, and then keep going. I think that might work out for now. I don't know. It sounds feasible on paper. Whether it's actually feasible or not, I don't know. So I'll be a little sporadic in the beginning of June, just because I have to figure out how everything works. Thank you. That was really fast. I was not expecting any of that. I have such a gap in my resume, and I don't have any references, because everywhere I've worked is closed or owned by someone else, like completely different now. I'm shocked. It was very, very fast and good, and I got some awesome feedback, which was really cool. I'm pleased about it. I'm just tired. Leave here by 8:30 because it's about a half hour away. Preferably by like 8:20 or 8:25, so I'm a couple minutes early, but whatever. Hopefully back by 7. Around the holidays, I probably won't be streaming at all because we'll probably be there super late. But last appointments will be at 5 p.m. Depending on the size of the dog, add like 2 hours plus however long it takes mom to pick them up, and then me driving home. But I also don't really know how they operate in that way either. Like, we had closed hours at the shop I worked at years ago. But then, like, if we closed at 5, if we were still there at 6:30 and someone walked in and wanted their golden bathed and trimmed, the golden's getting bathed and trimmed, and then we're there until 9 or 10. Which I don't know if they operate that way or not. We'll see. I wasn't expecting that at all. I was really like hyped about reopening my business, and my grooming consult, she is gonna come here. We made an appointment for during the week. But I did mention that I'll be at the other shop too, and she's fine with bringing her dog there for the next appointment, which everything worked out. Very rarely in life does everything work out. So I'm grateful for that. Dogs will be in your yard while I'm grooming here. They'll just be in the crates. I don't leave the dogs out in the yard unattended.
He does like his util on the ramp, right? We've seen this a lot. He's always cooking in terms of the nades in that position.
The dogs are rarely alone outside. And I really only trust Pippi alone outside. But she's a small dog, so I don't like to leave her alone. Bert will scoop her up. They could just be in their crates for a couple hours. It won't be the end of the world.
They were fighting everyone all the time.
Didn't think you'd leave them outside by themselves, but 10 to 12 hours is a long time to hold it. Believe it or not, they all have 24-hour bladders. Like, I obviously don't make them hold it that long. But they can all hold it up to that long.
Okay, Morrissey's orb is out, but I don't know if it's a
We learned that when I was hospitalized. Because it was a little difficult to secure help at the last minute.
More for Morrissey than it is for Monty. How long late? Nico going for the pop here.
They'll be fine.
Flash, and BMAS gives it up. Time for a boosted for lower.
I've been gone just as many hours for conventions before, and they've been fine.
Falcons expecting a play here. Very patient in tunnel. Not much going on for Monty. We've got a Zulu in a committed position. Try and catch a player off guard. It's going to get support, perhaps to get out here from Afro. Falcons now start to clear lower slowly. Trying to be methodical. Flash for Cat. Kyosuke's out and about. Zoo's still stuck in this corner. Falcons trying to find that first player.
The suspense. The suspense. I post many things on Twitter.
Look at Monty immediately adjust. There must be some tell here. They are setting up for this A-hit.
Flash play out on short, Carrigan dead. Reflash. It's the Afro Warp. Monacy and Nico 2v5.
Posted you? I mean, unless you did something really, really shitty that, like, I felt the need to warn the world about. Highly unlikely. Otherwise, I'm just egotistical and I only post myself.
And so it's a one-round game.
I have my head up my ass until it concerns the greater good.
Careful, Monacy. Another missed shot. Knife is out. He's just got it mid-air. Monacy stabs the Orpa on his escape and he survives. Disaster strikes for Afro. Sure, they'll pick it up.
Sheesh.
But, egoed here by Monacy.
Just made his own loss bonus, right?
Yeah, true. Well, they'll laugh it off. Fun and games here for Monty as Falcons feel the pressure. They feel the stress. They feel the burn. This is a 9-3 comeback right now. Down to 10-9. And Monty with money advantage.
No, I'm Serena. I'm just in the middle of transitioning to blonde, which inevitably makes you a redhead when you were once a brunette.
Here in Astana.
And if you bleach your hair all completely blonde in one night, it all falls out. And we'd prefer not to do that.
Didn't have the room or Dust to even show one. And even pistols in this now to level out the game. Oh, wow, Monacy 20 and 8, Kyosuke 19 and 10. But these were a long while ago. Monty have remained very active. They're always moving on the map here. They're always setting something new up. Double setup in middle. Had the cat.
I don't speak English. Types in English.
Last round.
And parlay? No. I'm just nosy.
Got ideas, man.
No parlay. Just nosy. I haven't seen any of Falcon's play since Kerrigan joined. Like, live. I've only watched the highlights. So I wanted to catch a little bit of the first map before bed.
Falcons unable to replicate.
Observe in real time.
With a try, but he gets legged. This might just end on that B side, but there is no resmoke. Oh, it's gone down. There it is. CT spawn smoke has now put the pressure on. Gizmi gone on Cat. Will that change the tune here for Falcons?
Oh, Nico walking the smoke out through
It wasn't Twitter beef. It was just warning the world of a great example of how someone behaves and how not to behave and not to interact with. I don't know if we can be friends. Are you evolved now?
Monacy tapped. B-Mass, I don't even know he's done that. So Tessa is now being
Do you have a birthday? Have we matured?
If they want to maintain this lead, this was a 9-3 half. Could be in jeopardy with Tessa's just falling shy of the clutch. Monty have tied things up.
I honestly don't, but you claim that you've spammed emotes in my chat for the greater good.
Strong position for Tessa's. Almost converted with that spray.
I don't remember that, but I don't remember things that aren't memorable. I do post about things that someone else should look out for, though, if it seems to be harmful.
And now they're on fire. 5 straight rounds on CT side. 2 saves for Falcons.
Wouldn't be my first.
Try on the full buy. But you are running out of room, boys. Honestly, not giving that pick. Missed Molly, big problem. They realise, no, they don't. Afro tries to take the line.
This
that
map got
volley falls
intense
short,
fast.
And Modesty finds the pick. Falcons needed that. B push for Monty. Perfect remedy, but Nico's holding on from tunnel. That's going to tempt you into a B hit, surely. They had Cat, but they go back. Rainwake is still here.
Okay, it's a 5v3. Surely you can't lose this. This is how they look to maintain the lead. Rainwaker firing off, only gets out with one.
Very aware. I think seeing one player push up and he saw Nico just back up straight away, realizing, look, this could be a double play.
Oh snap.
So Falcons are able to trade that out, put the bomb down, and force a save. Money's not perfect here for Monty either, so these guns need to be held on. Falcons shouldn't hunt. They don't have their own reserves built up either. So, stalemate here on the save. Falcons break the streak. Suffocate that fire. Awkward round to lose for Monty, coming down to one missed Billy.
Drawn out, but well played.
Running and throwing a trigonometry molly. That has resounding consequences here for Monty. All of this comeback, all dangling on this round.
If they lose this, they're broke. Is it really going to be the all-in at this B-bomb site? Monacy could spawn, gets posted on the orb. Only one player in the site for Monty. Rainwaker can't afford to go down with nothing.
Uh-oh.
Picked through the door.
Gotta kill the lurker now. And they will.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to Cozy Girl Hours. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be by B. Is a choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I hope the weekend's been kind to you.
Go signal to the rest of Monty.
I'm excited for bikini cosplay tonight, tomorrow. I think I know what we're gonna do, but I have creative free will if I decide I want to be someone else suddenly when I wake up in the morning.
Oh, they need it. They definitely need it. That's not a nice fight, and Afro falls at the end. Nothing to show for this CT side. Have Monty up against map point. Oh, the margin of error there. Rainwaker pre-firing out of fear off the flashbang. He wasn't even full blind, and that gives Falcons the warning on B. Azuu almost gets a double, a 2K that would have made the difference. And with neither of those players stepping up here on this B bomb site, Falcons punish the weaker half of Monty. Final timeout of this regulation, called out by Kakafu. And what do we have here for Monty? A rifle on BMAS, FAMAS for Gizmi, and MP9s to survive. Falcons may have dodged death.
You can do it.
Now it's just about not messing this up.
Honestly, surely you do just go B again. It's the side of the map with Azuu, who was really, really struggling at the start of this series. 0 kills throughout the entire first half. Rainwaker was solid on the T side, but since we've changed halves, he's managed 1 kill. Really, the bulk of this game has been held together for Monty by Afro and his orb. And BMAS out towards A, putting on a clinic. Here's me even getting pulled over towards B, anticipating a hit
Where are we
here.
going with this?
3 strong on the B side of the map for Monty.
It's a good move. You wonder if Carrigan's position will pay off later. We got Monty very close long. If they choose to flank, they're going to get punished. And that could let Falcons bail if the bomb is out mid to B. Good re-smoke though for Monty. As Falcons set their sights on this B side, Carrigan has left position. I mean, Monty, this entire game comes down to a triple B hold and at least 3 kills needed. Even then, they're not favoured. Zulu close middle. Kiyosuke with the AK. As Monacy holds window, he can scale.
Gunther's so cute.
You need even more than 3 out of this
so
side.
icky.
The rotates are so far away. You gotta hope the stack can prevail.
Where are they?
Never locate all the Monty yet, but there's the backstab for Nico. Guess he's got
10
a check.
seconds. 10 seconds.
Cooper in the pack, and they don't know about him. He can stop this. Kiyosuke.
Oh no!
Quick switch. Dropping down. Can't plant in time. Gizmi has just stolen that from the Falcons.
Dang.
Kiyosuke is just tapping QQ. He is in the window looking at car tapping QQ. He can't cover the
Unfortunate, but impressive.
He can't stop that bomb denial. Look at this.
Jeez
He's
Louise.
dropping nades to his teammates. Oh, disaster strikes. Gizmi hides in plain sight, and he wins the round off dropping the bomb.
I don't believe that.
I can't believe
that.
So Falcons. Oh dear. You can't say it's not entertaining. You can't look away. Kiyosuke, back for revenge, walks mid-smoke, and that smoke completely catches Azuu off guard. He thinks he's safe. Despite the fumble for Falcons, they might just redeem themselves with a brutal B hit. Rainwaker holds on. There's no support right now. Stuck in middle is Nico, but he gets the kill anyway. Bob can
Hold on,
come out tunnels.
Beebs.
Make sure you clear the car.
Oh, this round is all Nico. Flash is leaving blind. Trade at least secured. Finally, Nico brought down.
Surely not.
The 1 man in the sight right now for the Falcons. The other 2 back in the tunnels. They'll get blocked off by that smoke. This is a problem. Tesses tries to throw in one so they can cross on through, but Monacy's been spammed. Tesses and Carrigan. Not the ideal names you would have picked to close in this clutch.
Smoke will fade, but the time is ticking. They gotta go.
B-Mass and Afro, the 2 top performers, get lined up and knocked down.
Decent.
It takes the full 24 rounds, but crisis averted. Falcons will lock in the
That was
dub.
cool to see.
Okay, so Falcons takes the first map. This is against Monty, so I just want to highlight that. Half-time, 9
GG's.
cleans to Falcons. Should have been a quick, easy win. So
Recap
what wasn't working
the rest
on
tomorrow.
Monty's side, Prof?
They were taking some time, trying out different strats, seeing,
Sometimes I want to throw things out.
An AP girl.
Yeah,
The best down special.
I need
You
the
have
best
water
on
bottle
special.
right there.
Yeah, it's done.
Peebs
But
is
no,
hollering
it
for
was,
mama
it was
time.
pretty rough. They looked very readable, I would say, on what was happening. Monty was ready for a lot of that.
Thank you, Bubs, for all spending ZMILF Day with me. I appreciate you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your chat. Thank you for your company. And thank you for your support. More than anything, thank you for your time. Whether it's for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, or if I don't see you again for 2 years. When our times collide, it is beautiful, magical, amazing, and wonderful. And I'm oh so grateful. Oh, so grateful. We get the zoo their eats, get me my eats, a little bit of eeps. Yeah, I'm gonna cut the grass tomorrow. Thank you for being here tonight, the Mad Topher. I appreciate your time. We were very productive. Took longer to organize my tool chest, or tool chest than I expected, but it's so organized. Hasn't been that organized since it first got filled in school. Impressive. Thank you all for your help with everything. Keeping the dogs calm and chill for brushings, right? you bebs want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky room. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff, the socials, some more fun stuff, the sketch for when I will see you bebs next. And thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. Litmus test. Thank you all for your support as well with voya beans outstanding care costs. It means very, very much to me that you are all so kind and supportive and generous and love the boy as much as I did and do. It's very sweet of yous. Do me one favor until I see you bebs next, and that is remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, kind, phenomenal, all the good things in the world, and oh so gorgeous. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, even your bathrobe pocket. Loading and suspended animation, or wherever it needs to go, until I see you next. It was terrible timing. Until I see you next, you sweet babos. Have a lovely rest of your night. A marvelous start to your week. And I shall see you all for next one. Good nighty night, Club Cult. I shall see you all soon. Soon.